Alright, welcome back, lovely people. So it's been a week since we resumed Yakuza 5. Had a break and some updates here and there on some live service games. So the last time on Yakuza 5, we were doing Shinada's hostess, whose name escapes me for the time being. But I think the standout characteristic that makes her distinctive from the others is that she's multinational. I think it's implied that she's French. And she made comments about traveling to the United States. She enjoys traveling. And she's blonde. Yeah, I can't seem to remember her name. Yeah, let's see if I get enough context clues to refresh my memory. She's at Club Eden, which is this little corner right here. Where did we leave her off on? We're at B. So we're at her last step. I don't quite remember what her side story was, like her sub story thing was. I need some more context clues. Right, Shion. Right? And there's the second business card, because we just did her date. Let's go with a gotcha drink. No frills, no mess. I don't know if she's the one that wants to open the Western eatery. And she really likes potatoes. Is she the potato person? Probably not. Oh, she makes curry. I remember that. I was leaning towards a Western dish, but I think it ends up being curry. Was her thing with a client? Might be like misleading a client, or maybe an aggressive client. Oh, right. That's right. The marriage proposal. And in her family, like her family situation, she's usually arranged marriage. Oh, really? Fair enough. How come? Isn't this guy a big shot at some huge corporation? I figure she'd be bouncing off her gilded rocker. That's right, the person is well-to-do, at least. And she also has no reason or no red flags to reject him, is how she feels at the moment. Wow, huh. I didn't realize you rich folks had to consider that sort of thing for marriage. Yeah, that's fair. things would get pretty tense, I bet. This definitely isn't just exclusive to, when it comes to like a status system, every, nations around the world has had this type of tension before, but I feel like the ones that are most resilient are still in the eastern part of the globe. Like the Asian countries still hold pretty strong to these type of tensions, as opposed to like places like the United States, for example. But it's still relatively like residual and pertinent when it comes to these type of situations. Are you seriously going to turn him down because of what your mother thinks?
それはわかりませんわ。
I don't think she openly expressed that she likes him. Like, I don't recall. Why not?
だって母がいいと言ったら結婚しますし、ダメと言ったら結婚はできませんわ。
そっか。
But you need to turn him down pronto. You can't leave the guy hanging like this.
いえ、母もまだ断ると言ってるわけではありませんから、そういう懸念があるというだけで。
What do you want to do? Because all I'm hearing about is what your mother wants. Sounds to me like an excuse to put off making a decision. It is strongly suggesting that, since she's not putting forth her disagreement or anything. So it can be very well read like that. Since she's upset, right? If she was saying it with a straight face, then she would be more, content with following her mother's direction. But since she's showing a bit of ambivalence, that would sound more like an excuse.
品田さんは本当に勘が鋭いのね。何でも見透かされてるみたいで気持ち悪いわ。
さあね。
I've got a knack for reading people, but if you really don't know, you should probably think about it a little harder. That's fair, Shinada.
はい。
Yeah, so her thing was the arranged marriage thing. Oh boy. So here's the deal, right? I really love, because I had a long break, I really love what they do later with this game series, dealing with these types of interactions. I know Yakuza Like a Dragon, they threw out the hostess interaction completely and went for a more sub-story oriented support character role and team member role, which is great to remember. However, I like the last evolution of this hostess thing before they moved it into supporting roles and like mechanical characters and characters that aren't like part of the game mechanics. In Yakuza 6, the game after this, they gave you like a review sheet, like a sheet of things where you can discover if you discover like what their hobbies are, their likes and stuff. That's a great like tally objective minded way to remind people of things. So now I think we've always asked the question, but I have no idea. I guess we can go into reverse order, because I don't remember anymore.
なんですの？
TMI. I don't think we've asked any of these questions. Yeah, none of these questions are familiar. It's just, how much money do you have? I bet the pay here is pretty good. On top of everything else, you must be loaded.
いくらなんでも失礼すぎますわ。そんな質問絶対に答えたくありません。
The TMI thing is inherently going to be negative, but I'm just curious.
Huh?
Jeez, was it that bad a question? I mean, it
品
was,
田
but
さ
I
ん
was
は
curious how
お
she
洋服や
reacts.
靴に何かこだわりはありますの？
I don't. No, we haven't had this
Huh?
one. Particular.
例えばお好きなブランドとか。
Not really. Buying brands is all about showing off to other people, you know? I pick what I was based on what's good for me.
まあ少しは他人の目を気にされた方がよろしいんじゃなくて？陰でどんな悪口言われてるかわかりませんよ。
That's pretty superficial. Nah, I can't get behind that. Yeah, I ran out to think about it.
どうだい？
I'm guessing you have your faves, Xian-chan. She basically ignored Shinada's intent of saying you buy brands for intention, not buy brands because it's obligatory. So she decided to make a one-sided comment that's absolutely narrow-minded, but that is very reasonable for her upbringing.
ええ、でも
She basically
自分で買う
gaslighted
わけじゃ
him.
ないからこだわりがあるというと語弊があるかもしれませんけれど。
And then she just provided a double standard. That's why binary all or none type of reasoning always falls apart when you start making conditions. And she made it conditional. So if she never buys things for herself, she couldn't possibly be in the right of being upset or being able to understand from Shinada's perspective. So instead of being disgruntled about it, if she was a reasonable person, she would know that she can't possibly empathize with him. But it's reasonable. It's two different types of approaches. Nevertheless, it really follows through on how narrow-minded she is. She can't see that she's self-contradicting herself. Picking presents from customers?
そっか。
Well, so what? I still like them, right? Doesn't matter who bought them.
そうですね。好みに合わないものだったらいくらもらい物でも使いたくありませんわ。
I mean, that's a fine pragmatic statement.
私が普段使っているバッグは母から譲り受けたものですから。自分が欲しいものを買ってもらったわけでもないんです。
I don't see how that is relevant to what he said, but again, one track mind. She's leading.
Huh?
You don't buy stuff for yourself.
そうですね。母と一緒に出かけた時に欲しいものがあれば買ってもらいますけど、自分で買うことはまずありませんわ。
Inherently contradictory, of course. Then she does buy things for her.
え
Oh, you can go shopping with your mom. That's really girly of you. I'd be really embarrassed to do something like that. Shinada, listen. You're such a pep.
あら、品田さんもお母様と一緒にお出かけになられたらいいのに、きっと楽しいですよ。
We don't know much, if anything, about Shinada's parents. I don't even know if his parents are alive. Yeah, I think I'll pass on that. Alright, TMI. Oh, right. We're in the same session, so we can't actually ask that. Let's go up.
しおんちゃん。
ほう。
あ
I feel like we done worst trait. But I don't remember what it was. Huh. She said something about like not thinking about worst traits. Because you strive to be the best. She's very high standard of herself. But because of that high standard, she's actually pretty weak in a lot of things. She only wants to see what she wants to see most of the time. Let's ask about any special skills. I don't think it was cooking.
それじゃあ
そうね、語学を少々と、あとはピアノをたしなんでおりましたわ。
That's new information. You can play the piano? I bet you've been taking lessons for a long time.
ええ、でも中学生の頃にやめてしまいましたわ。だから今でも弾けるかどうかちょっと怪しいところですの。
Middle school? That's like your halfway point of your life.
そっか
I guess not many people stick with the piano for very long.
ひょっとしたらピアノよりギターの方が上手かもしれませんね。
Interesting.
え
You play the guitar? Oh, I never have guessed. Are you in a band or something?
ギターといってもクラシックギターですわ。ボサノバとかタンゴとか父に教えてもらいましたの。
Hmm. I mean, a nylon string just means it's you know, that is a particular, I mean, it's either nylon or steel strings, but that's a awfully forced detail. But bossa nova and tango, though, that's kind of a hard, that's pretty high skill cap.
なるほど
Oh, alright, I get you. Your dad sounds like he was a really cool guy. Was a really cool guy.
ええ、それで私もピアノをそっちのけでギターにはまってしまいましたの。
Fair enough. We don't really know about the status of her father. She talks about her mother quite a lot.
なんだい
Something bothering you again?
いえ、そういうことではないんですけれど、ちょっと重いからどうしようかと思いまして。
Okay.
え
Weighing you down?
実は今日幼稚園からずっと一緒だった友人の結婚式に出席してきましたの。
Did we do this before? No.
そっか
Oh yeah?
時間がなかったので式場から直接お店に来たんですけれど、その引き出物がとにかく重いんですの。
Okay.
ちょっと待って
The gift was heavy. What do you mean?
今ロッカールームに置いてあるんですけれど、ロッカーに入らないくらい大きくて重いんですの。どうやって持って帰ろうかしら。
Yeah, that's a pain. I suppose you have to take a cab home?
そうね。でも持って帰ったところでお鍋なんて家にありますし、そういくつも持っててもかさばるだけだわ。
I can't empathize with this at all. You have to come from the perspective of someone that's incredibly privileged to have this line of thought and discussion.
どうだい
I'll take it. I could use one.
そんな、せっかくいただいたものを持ち帰りもせず他人にあげるなんて
Double
失礼だわ。
standards. So she's like emotionally dissonant with all her choices. She makes pragmatic decisions and gaslight people with pragmatic rationale, but make irrational decisions when it comes to her own personal personal principles. It's a highly, incredibly disagreeable person.
それじゃあ
Don't let me give you a lift home first. Then I can take it off your hands. What do you say?
そんなにお鍋が欲しいんですの？そうね。それなら構わないかしら。
Wait. Got a pot.
そろそろお時間となりますが、
Alright.
かしこまりました。
I think overall, all the hostesses are pretty dynamic this time around for
待
this
ってます
game.
からね。
Whoops. You get that impression of having to compromise a lot. And you got that little flair of the human condition, the slight self-contradictions here and there, and thrown in a bit of dissonance. Most of the characters aren't like neatly packaged into an archetype, which makes for a very there's a lot of mail at this time of year. It's double than New Year's. That wasn't much of a complaint, but more than a thing to do. Have to write out New Year's cards, I guess.
いらっしゃいませ。
I think so far, well, after this.
品田さん。いい匂い。
Mm-hmm.
何頼みます？
I'll just stick to the gacha drink.
こっちお願い。
乾杯。
何が出るかしら。ねえ、品田さん。実は私、最近誰かにつけられてる気がするの。
Yeah, me.
Huh?
Seriously? What the heck makes you think that?
家を出るときとか、お店を出るときにも必ず誰かの視線を感じますの。
Alright.
おいおい。
Sounds like a stalker, alright. Should be careful.
でも心当たりが全くありませんの。お店のお客様でもなさそうですし。品田さん、何かわからないかしら。
Yeah, I mean, how should Shinada know?
いや、
How should I know? It's not like I'm a detective or anything. Based on the little you've told me, if I did know anything, I'd either be a genius or the culprit.
そうだわ。探偵に調査をお願いするという手があるじゃない。
That's what you got out of it. Good idea. Sounds kind of fun, actually. Like you're in some crazy soap opera or something.
あら、私はよく探偵を利用されてる方たちを知ってますわ。
Sort of gaslighting, but alright. Privileged. For what? To check if their husbands are having an affair? They really are like those rich TV housewives, huh? Are they?
そうなの。皆さん初めから分かりきってお願いしてるから、証拠の写真を集めるのが楽しくて仕方ないみたい。
I can't get behind that. You are incredibly sheltered and live in a world that you're projecting so hard, Shion. Huh. I love to see the look on the husband's face when he sees those pics. Yeah, that checks out for Shinada. I can't get behind that sentiment though. These things are not a one-person thing. It's a two-person thing. A lot of times it's very classical to sympathize with the victim and aggressively condemn the aggressor. But cheating is an act that's created by a relationship between two people. It's rarely just one person's actions. Something may lead to the cheating. I mean, here's one where someone may cheat because the other spouse is abusive. There are so many ways this could not be the way Shinada is garnering satisfaction from that. Its social justice is incredibly bittersweet when you have a perspective on these things. So here it's just two people who are emotionally principled that share zero compassion for the reality of relationships between humans. So they're very out of touch with how relationships work. But it kind of makes sense being where they are and what kind of characters and background they have. All right, time for the risque TMI questions.
あのさ
As much as you want to sympathize with the victim, there are certain actions that make the victim exonerated of many things, like happenstance, being in the wrong place at the wrong time. But when it comes to relationships, neither the victim nor the aggressor of the most recent action is at full fault or condemnment at all. Like, these relationships aren't ongoing up to that point. So as much as I see people always bank off the most recent events, something led to those events, and they can be incredibly complicated. It's the irony here is those who always back the victim of the most recent event and those who unconditionally aggressively chastise the aggressor or the person who made the mistake are those that are becoming the people that ends up in those actions. So like how can someone justify cheating? It's not far from someone who can justify unconditionally always trusting the victim. If you are principled enough to justify it for yourself, like not seeing two human beings, you see one human being, which is the victim, and the lesser human being, or not even a human being anymore, the person who made the mistake, like the cheater, then you have the capacity, you are closer to that cheater than you are to that victim that you think is innocent and completely free of all fault. Because it's that type of thinking that causes people to take action without feeling any consequence on their part. Entitlement, privilege, that type of thing warps that type of perspective. When you see cheating, when someone cheats on another person, you see two people suffering, losing, and their circumstances led to a conflict of interest. Rarely does that bring any sort of satisfaction for someone who treats both people as human beings that led to the decisions that they made. I mean, it is so rare for someone to be like intentfully harmful, right? To find a human being that's completely void of compassion is a rarity. And one can even say that to themselves. I mean, you could believe that all humans are gross and like unredeemable and whatnot, but then you can't even make a case for the victim. So yeah, Shinada can't get behind his wanting to see the face of their husband kind of deal. That's one-sided social justice. You know, there's something I've been wondering about. All
何
right,
ですの？
we're gonna ask about. Sure.
それじゃ
When did you have first sex? When did you first have sex?
あら、私まだバージンですのよ。
Okay, well that's relatively reasonable.
あえ
Really?
海外のセレブの方たちは随分奔放に遊んでらっしゃるようですけど、私はそこまで不死だらな女じゃありませんわ。
The jet set elite overseas? That's an interesting phrase. I haven't really heard those words placed in that type of descriptor before. May fool around and play the field, but I am not a woman of such loose morals. That is once again, that is an incredibly stereotypical, and not only did she moral grandstand, she's assuming that fooling around and playing the field is against her morals, but that would suggest that they have loose morals. But fooling around and playing the field doesn't necessarily correlate with loose morals. It's her belief though, so she's projecting right now.
バージンのままバージンロードを歩くのが理想ね。
Fair enough, it's very noble of you. Don't be so uptight. You're so pure. A real proper lady. I wouldn't say the last thing. Just because someone is the straight and narrow and pure doesn't make them proper. It doesn't follow. Like, she's presenting herself as a proper lady, I agree. But lumping them together wouldn't suggest that the two qualities are linked, which they aren't constitutively linked. They're very likely to be linked. But she's not being proper most of the time. She like gaslights and projects a lot, so she's not a proper lady. And being pure means that she's binary. That means she has low tolerance for anything that goes against her beliefs. So pure in the case of two compatible people would seem like a heaven, you know, like a great match. But whenever she goes up against someone who doesn't match her preferences, pure can be a double-edged thing. And I am not a purist, so in general, the longer you live, the more experience you open yourself to. It's kind of that whole statement about being innocent, right? You're pure, you're innocent, you're unadulterated. But it's weird, that phrase, how it has a stigma, because as you grow up and you become more cultured and worldly, you actually adulterate your purity. You become impure, you're mixed. You have a little of everything. So it's a double standard when it comes to pure innocence, principled, moral grandstanding. Those things involve ignoring and basically devaluing everything else that doesn't fit into that scheme. Idealism, right, is another great part of purity. So for myself, typically a very healthy human being, once they age and become more worldly, these words don't typically show up. Like real proper lady, so pure, so straight and narrow. You usually get muckier, get messier. But I don't see those as negative things. They're part of the human condition. So while pure and innocence and stuff tend to be elevated to a desirable connotation or something that's rare and desirable, that is what it is. It's rare, which kind of makes it desirable, but it's rare. It's very unlikely that an older human being would ever use these words to characterize themselves. And that makes them beautiful, in my opinion. Things that aren't pure, things that are adulterated. They elicit a human being that's rich in many experiences. So what I see here when he says pure is she's naive. Naive, privileged, sheltered, principled, and disagreeable. Those are the at least five words I would qualify in pure, in that word pure. So it might be desirable to some people, but for me, I can't empathize with that. And once you become impure, obviously, like when you get adulterated by knowledge and experience and life in different cultures, you really can't undo that. So in a way, it reflects wanting to remain a virgin before marriage and etc. and all that stuff. It's a life that doesn't really quite work out. I mean, emotionally. You become so emotionally unstable because while you spend like maybe 10 to 20% in your pure world, 80% of the time you're gonna constantly have to fight your resolve. Like, this isn't right, or you're gonna say things like, oh, I don't think this is right, you're wrong. You're gonna be saying you're wrong to 80% of people, and you're gonna say we agree maybe like 20% of the time, depending on how small your world is. And her world is pretty dang small.
当然じゃない。パートナー選びは慎重に行わないと。
I mean, I agree with what she said, that marriage partners must be chosen carefully. But she really implying that marriage partners should be chosen once. So there's a very different meaning behind those words. And as much as I want to statistically agree with everyone that somehow the universe always works out, that you meet your one and only, that's what I would wish, right? That's kind of the thing, like, you don't want to go through that heartache and bootstrapping, and if you're a monogamous, right, go through several partners. But generally speaking, if you appeal to her pragmatism, appeal to most people's pragmatism, what are the chances that an inexperienced adult who has an idealistic lifestyle is going to bump into their one true only person the very first time? Well, I can tell you that statistically, you don't. But is that a bad thing? You could make the argument that every step is towards the next step that you take. So, but for her, she is saying that if she chooses carefully enough, she never has to make that decision again.
遊びのつもりだったのに、子供ができたおかげでろくでもない人と結婚した友人がいますけど、私はそんなの絶対にごめんですわ。
Okay. Fair enough. That's extremely bold and confident. And I would say, the big irony here is she's the type that would more likely fall into that, become victim of that arrangement, than someone who is more understanding and agreeable. Because since she's projecting herself as disagreeable, she would likely meet more disagreeable people. So when she meets that person, there's a higher chance that it's an opportunist or her perfect one. But either or, she has a smaller pool of choices compared to someone who's willing to, as she phrased it, fool around and play the field. When you fool around and play the field, there is some pragmatism to that. You gain more experience, and you are likely more consistent in relations. For her, it's an all or none. So the poetic thing here is if she finds her partner, her first partner right away, she believes she's right. If she doesn't, then the whole world sucks. There's no in between. There's no like better get it next time kind of thing, or try. She'll discover that she might be up for understanding that the world doesn't fit like a perfect jigsaw puzzle, but you know.
なるほど。
I suppose guys can be gold diggers too. I mean, I wouldn't fool around either. Nope. Shinada's down on his luck, so to speak. I think the irony here is Shinada could be someone that Shion would be considered as a good for nothing, because what she focuses on, what she values in that statement is how well-to-do that person is. But a good for nothing isn't, a human being isn't just valued based on someone's incredibly biased and naive characteristics. So Shion has revealed many of the characteristics that are important to her without the acknowledgement of many characteristics that she may not understand that is valuable yet. So the funny part here in this joke is that Shinada might be those good for nothing. To her, he might seem like a good for nothing. But to him, he has more to offer than the things she values. I think that's, in my opinion, that's a pretty fun joke right there. The French thing, right? Are there a lot of dogs in France? I did. Isn't it typical over there to own them as pets? Oh, that's fair. I mean, like, they're relatively to Japan, for sure. Probably. Maybe not anymore, though. I mean, 2013? I really want to know. I mean, I live in the United States, so this is no contest. Like, the United States is no contest. Pets are almost detrimentally attractive thing. So what I mean is, like, there might actually even be an oversaturation of owning pets. And I say this with a very serious, bittersweet tone. In the United States, pets are so common that it's gotten to the point of neglect. Like, there's so many. It's excessive to the point where some might find the idea attractive to the point where they can't support the pets. Not sure about Europe though. I would say it's probably less than the United States. And in Japan, I would say you see a lot of pets, right? Like shown on social media and whatnot. But I would say overall, they're still a lot lower. Yeah. There's a deep cut in here, but I probably won't go into it. But generally speaking, there's this like misconception that pets the neglecting of pets are more frequent in certain countries or in other countries because of cultural schisms. Like, oh, this country's people always depicted like being great with their pets and whatnot. But there are at least 3 or 4 major drivers for these conceptions. But when it comes down to statistics, it comes down to population sampling. In the end of the day, the United States, for example, they have lots of stories of neglect, right? But you have to talk about the frequency of someone, the average person, owning a pet. And it's kind of like sampling. And when it comes to percentages, I don't think I really got to see what the stats are. I don't know if there are some readily available stats, but generally speaking, if you have a bigger population with a higher frequency of pet ownership, you're going to get a bigger distribution or like a bigger magnitude of examples, but the distribution of that may still stay the same. So things sometimes you hear warped perspective through the limited pre-selection of social media and news reports. We have to also file in government censorship and like PR and all that stuff. When it comes down to it though, pets can put a strain on someone's resources, and it's a really admirable like step in someone's life. It's a pretty big step, relatively speaking, when it comes to supporting another living thing. I don't own pets because well, it's already tough enough to understand myself and then understand myself with relationship to other human beings. Pets just pile on top of that, right? Slight digression. Just some reflection.
ええ、最近では猫も多いそうですけれど、かなりの家が犬を飼ってるそうですわ。
That checks out.
私の母も子供の頃からずっと犬と一緒だったので、日本に来てからも犬を飼ってるんですの。
That's a fair question.
オスのフレンチブルドッグですわ。
Of
犬
course.
小屋じゃなくて家の中で飼ってますから、普段家にいるときはずっと一緒ですの。
How appropriate. A male French bulldog. Must be noisy.
それじゃあ
You don't let him outside.
いえ、むしろ毎日のように一緒に出かけてますわ。
Okay.
そっか
So you do make sure to walk him.
散歩とはちょっと違うかしら。ハーネスをつけたりせずに自分で抱きかかえて連れ回しますから。
Yeah. Both of them, both the both the statements are more or less the same. The right one is just a euphemism. The euphemism of that's rude. I think both equates to similar sentiments. It's just one is more sensitive to her feelings.
おいおい
Wow, you just do as you please, huh? I didn't think pets were meant for carrying around.
フランスではそれが普通のスタイルですわ。機内にペットを連れて乗れる飛行機もありますし。
Yes, but that's like that's not barely even acknowledging what Shinada feels. Like, sure, I'll take your word for it, but man, the gaslighting do be hard.
なんだって
No way, are you serious?
犬がダメなところはわざわざそれを禁止する看板があるくらい犬連れなのが普通ですのよ。
I mean, that's a fun observation right there. Using the placement of prohibiting stuff as a way to demonstrate how common something is. Like, for example, this is just a slight example around that you hear a lot when younger inexperienced people, right, walk around. Like when they first visit something, they would see like a sign like no standing in this area, and generally speaking, most people, older people, would come to think of it as like, oh yeah, then probably there's too much standing here. That's why the sign says that, right? It's an explainer of that. But if you were young and naive and a bit narcissistic or even principled, you would say like, well, this looks like a perfect standing spot. It doesn't make sense that the sign would say no standing here. That's kind of like how Shion is right now for the most part. And then whenever she needs to explain something that she agrees with, she has a very reasonable, pragmatic way of looking at it, like in a bigger perspective way. But whenever it's something against her principles, it's like, well, you know, it makes sense because everyone else is doing it. Like, great, cool, right. Talk about culture shock. You can't bring your pet into many places here in Japan. Yeah. Despite, you know, social media coverage of like animal cafes and stuff like that, I imagine it's quite less welcoming,
シオン
relatively
ちゃん
speaking.
ほう
We already asked. I don't know about the corks. I don't remember if we asked
そ
this.
れじゃあ
そういうのはあっても直すように子供の頃から両親に強制されてましたから。
I guess the word corks implies something undesirable. I should. It didn't get. I wasn't given that impression consistently through the writing, but generally the word cork is more of a idiosyncrasy characteristic to someone. Whether it's desirable or not, it's the context. But it seems like in this case, it's just entirely negative.
なるほど
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess your family was a fairly strict one. Checks out.
ですから私も人のくせに敏感になってしまって、お客様なんかでもお話ししているうちにその方のくせに気づくことがよくありますの。
I would totally disagree with that. She's fairly sensitive to the corks that she conditioned out. So she would be incredibly difficult in identifying other people's corks. She's hypersensitive. I mean, so it's... I agree with her in the sense that she's fairly sensitive to her corks when it's found to other people. But since she does not embrace corks, she would be not experienced enough to pick up other people's corks. Just all the undesirable ones. And because she only sees them as undesirable, she's hyper focused on how the corks can only harm the person, which checks out to someone who's so principled and pure, I suppose.
やっぱり無意識にされてることですから仕方ないのでしょうけれど、見ていて不快になるような癖は直していただきたいですわ。
Right there, that's a deal breaker. That would be an easily a deal breaker. She would be, with that perspective, I would say high chance of being the abuser in a relationship. The person who's abusive. Just the idea that, I mean, the first one is like making her sound magnanimous, like, oh, it's involuntary, so they can't be held accountable. That's I'm gonna take the realistic approach. It's not necessarily involuntary per se, and habits can be conditioned and non-conditioned. If it can't, she wouldn't claim her mother has conditioned those out of her. It is incredibly, like, it might be the triggers might be involuntary, but the habit itself, to retain it or not, is entirely voluntary, or like it's arguably just as voluntary. And then their accountability, if you have a quirk that you know would be triggered by a situation, and you place yourself in an environment that would cause that habit to be triggered, that is still accountability. So inherently, while she's giving them the pass, I wouldn't, but her reasoning behind it, I wouldn't agree either, because she only views it in zeros and ones. And then she talks about it being fixed, right? Because it upsets her. I'm gonna be real here, and this is gonna be like a hot take on a deep cut that I won't go into. There are people who have involuntary habits in their life. It because sometimes instead of choosing to quote unquote fix it, they use ways to weaponize it, as in make it advantageous. And to fix something, this is a self-contradiction. If it's involuntary habit, how does one fix it? And if you don't hold them accountable, how do you communicate for them to fix it for you, right? And just because you think it's bad doesn't necessarily mean it's good to them, because they can take advantage of it. Involuntary habits can, like quirks, can be both effective, like desirable and undesirable. So all this stuff is filled with contradiction. This statement is incredibly big deal breaker. To me, I would say, if you're the lucky person who absolutely be like, darn straight, this is how I feel, then you're a match made in heaven. The double-edged thing. But if you have any reservations on what she said, this is a red flag. This would be a deal breaker in a relationship. I would be very wary and question rather how compromising she can be. Like, are you willing to meet halfway on this? Because that is so awful in a relationship. That is really awful.
ひょっとして
Fair question. Do I have any?
さあそれはどうでしょう。
頼むよ。
Nope. Yeah, that's fair.
私お金にだらしない人が嫌いなの。平気で人にお金を借りたりとか逆に貸したりとか。
You cannot stand who are careless with their finances, especially those who borrow or lend to others excessively. That is certainly a personal preference. I won't counter argue this. I mean, generally speaking, it is slightly desirable to have someone who's careful with their finances. I don't necessarily think that's the end all. Of course, she talks in very polar, excessively polar manner.
Huh?
Wait, what? You got a problem with people who lend out their money too? That's the point that I was gonna make, because someone who has a propensity to lend out their money may have specific associated personality quirks that can be very desirable in a person, even to her.
きちんと念書とか交わすならともかく、いい加減な口約束でお金を貸し借りするなんてトラブルの元になりますでしょ。
You can have both. They're not mutually exclusive, Beyond.
それにもともと支払い能力のない人にお金を与えても分不相応な贅沢をさせてしまうだけでいいことになりませんわ。
Yeah.
That's not true. Even corporations have to get financing from banks, don't they? It seems unavoidable to me.
入ってくる当てがないのに貸すなんてギャンブルと同じですわ。銀行もそれで破綻するんですのよ。
That's absolute BS, Xion. Do you know what a relationship is? It's built on faith and trust. You basically just said that you're an incredibly untrusting person. Yeah, that's another red flag. So she only talks about when the thing works poorly, as opposed to that is a combination of two things, right? And anywhere in between. A person who's willing to take a gamble Perhaps not like in. She's talking about gambling in the sense that it always leads to a poor outcome. But a part of gambling and a part of having faith also is associated with personalities that are willing to trust unconditionally. So if she really wants to get into a relationship with anybody, you have to embrace this, some form, some extent of this, of what Shinada is suggesting. Otherwise, I mean, you can build a relationship on pragmatism alone. If that's what she wants, that can work out fairly well. She has a big nose? Yeah, she does have a big nose.
そういえば品田さんはいつもお支払い現金ですのね。
あ
このお店の場合カードは手数料がかかりますから、それで現金なのかしら。
Shinada's poor. Yeah.
あ、
Mhm.
そうそう。
Even a small percentage at a club like this can. I mean, it's two birds with one stone. He doesn't have a lot of money, and also he's saving money.
それはそうですけど、でも領収書を切る方とかもいらっしゃるでしょ。ご自分のお金で払ったらどうなのかしら。
I suppose so, but some people still ask for a formal receipt so they can expense their club charges. Got to pay that on their own.
Yeah.
It's not a bad idea, actually. In the end, money is money, no matter where it comes from.
どういうことですか？
あのさ、
Unless you're an exec, a company won't reimburse charges from a cabaret club. So asking for a receipt means the guy at least has some pull. I wouldn't have gone that route, but alright, Shinada. After all, a businessman's worth is determined by how much of the company's money they let the guy spend. Whoa, that went in a entirely different direction. Personally, I would bend it in a different way. I would add one extra layer. Someone who asks receipt are also a person who holds accountability for what they spend too. If I am not inconveniencing a person, I would ask for a receipt as well. It's just for posterity, so I like to keep track of things. So you could also spin it in that way. A businessman does inherently have the propensity to ask for records and paper trails. That's a reflection of a person who likes to hold accountability for their spending. In fact, if you have a businessman who spends a lot and doesn't keep track of their accountability, it's exactly the thing that Shion doesn't stand, which are people who borrow and lend frivolously without holding accountability. So they're like talking in circles. And Shinada made a really weird ad hominem argument somehow. Like, he just went straight for the person's character. Like, in a really long-winded way.
そんなこと考えもしませんでしたわ。ご自分でお金をお持ちならそれを使えばいいと思っていましたから。
I mean, 70 to 80% of what comes out of Shion's mouth is something that others may consider, but she doesn't consider like anything else. So that she should honestly be used to saying I hadn't considered that, because that's what she is. She's a very sheltered, privileged, sheltered girl.
領収書を切
I
ると
might
い
have
うこと
said
自
sheltered
体が
twice.
男気を見せることになるんですのね。勉強になりましたわ。
I mean, it worked out for Shinada, showing off their manliness. I would personally not make it sound so sexist. The comment is pretty sexist here. I would say to show off his accountability. is, or his merits, perhaps. Maybe even his clout or his influence. It doesn't necessarily have to be manliness. Like a woman can do that too. Maybe I can write this off as an expense. Shinada doesn't have that type of position in his life. Alright.
かしこまりました。
Shion is still not as disagreeable as one of the previous 3 hostess,
待って
but
ますからね。
this one, it's tough to sympathize with her, let alone empathize with her. She's got a tough life ahead of her. Alright, so now we'll see if we're gonna get a call or an email. We'll see if she goes through with the proposal or how she's gonna deal with that client's marriage proposal and how she resolves it with her mother. I had to pass some time, so we just walk around. Anytime now. Anytime now. There it is. That took a while. Hey? She's being followed again. Oh, it's the stalker thing instead. Interesting. Not the proposal. Okay. So we get, yeah, we get to the boulevard. I think it's the one north. So they went with the stalker story. It could be the guy, it could still be the guy that proposed to her though. It's Kua Boulevard. I think it's the intersection north of here. Am I being a pep? I think I'm being a pep. Yes. I'm being a pep. I could look at the map, but what's the fun in that, right? Okay. This is Sumuji Street. Where are we now? Okay. Never mind. I'm lost. What was this? No. Oh, this is Kumano. Oh, Kume is one over. Okay. Honest mistake. Kumano and Kume. Can't you see I'm walking here? What's your problem, huh? Can't you see I'm deliberately jaywalking? Alright, fine. Let's get on the street. I mean, on the sidewalk. Alright. Here she is. Yan-chan,
品田さん、
you're still on the phone. The heck? You're not hurt or anything. No, I'm fine. So, where's the stalker of yours? I think behind that street light over there. That guy over there? The time traveler? I remember this event now. A week ago when we were watching this, someone made a comment in chat that called him a time traveler. I'm like, yeah, with that getup, I see where you're going with that. I think Worm made that comment. Get that freaking time traveler. And he's gone. Are we gonna chase him down? Whoops. I totally hit the wrong button there. Not this time. Alright, time traveler. Gotta get up though. Alright, buddy. Start talking. Who are you? Uh, I'm with Kanai Detective Agency. Oh no, it's a private investigator. But whose private investigator though? Is it hers and she didn't realize it? Or someone is investigating her, which that would be a great role reversal. You're a detective. So you're not a stalker. Are you protecting her? Wait, Xian-chan never said anything about hiring a detective. No, I've been asked to conduct a background check on the young lady. I can only assume she mistook me for a stalker. A background check. I mean, I'm gonna be real here. I see what you're doing, RGG. Get it? A detective. The guy's dressed like Sherlock Holmes. Like, cliche-like, dressed like Sherlock Holmes. I get what you're doing there. It's a shame they didn't give him a pun name, you know. And then just like full send the joke. But anyways, a background check. For who? I'm not at liberty to say. It's my policy as an investigator to maintain my client's privacy. It could be anyone for all I know. I'm betting I can still turn you over to the police. Taking photos of people without them knowing is still a crime. Actually, that would be interesting. I'm not entirely sure what the nitty-gritty of Japan is with public photography. They now simply claim that photography is a hobby of mine. I simply take pictures of what I see. Since when is that against the law? Huh. So that's how it's gonna be, huh? Alright. Then instead of the cops, how about I turn you over to the Nagoya family? That's quite a threat. The Nagoya family. The Nagoya family is like non-existent. I mean, Shinada's bluffing. Yeah, I'm guessing you heard of them. Listen, man. I'll talk. Huh. Being on the other side of a threat like this sure is bizarre. Deep cuts. A client who hired me to investigate Shion-san is an executive at one of the leading companies in Nagoya. Probably that same guy. The proposal guy? What? And that means... Yes, someone has asked for a hand in marriage. Yes, the same guy. So why the investigation? It's not uncommon for influential families to conduct a background check on a potential spouse. It would be problematic if they had associations with an undesirable crowd. An undesirable crowd. Xian-chan might not be at your client's level, but she's from a pretty wealthy family too. She can't possibly be trouble. This is a role reversal, by the way. Like Xian-chan, her family is just as judgmental in that regards as well. So if the role was reversed, her family would do the same thing. So Shinada is projecting his principles, which he doesn't live in Shion's world. But this is, if Shinada approached Shion and said this thing, it would be probably accepted as quite appropriate.
Yeah.
Actually, my investigation has turned up some alarming facts. And that was the other thing. I wasn't going to mention this, but let's see what it is. Alarming facts. As it turned out, Shion-san owns a considerable amount of money. What? Probably more than they expected. Well, technically her parents do. They sold off their mansion and are now living in an apartment that costs 70,000 yen per month. It hasn't said a word about any of this. Nagoya woman was our prideful sort. She wouldn't want to tarnish her reputation. Oh, so she's on the down, on the decline. I mean, that's fair.
そんな
It can't be. Ah, Shio-chan. Well, there you go. Keeping up appearances. Did you hear all that? Investigator, son. Is it true that you were hired to perform a background check on me?
はい。
Yes, miss. And unfortunately, at this point, I'm afraid my client is likely to rescind his marriage proposal. Pedigree is everything in Nagoya. Despite your family's good name and long history, he cannot marry into a legacy that has fallen from grace. What the heck? Hey. Yep. There she goes. Is it the Ferris wheel? Good call. Good call. I was like, where would she go? They went to the Ferris wheel. They stopped at the Ferris wheel on their first date. It's a brutal reality, but it's a reality she embraced. So it would feel very natural and checked out that she would run and be incredibly emotional when her world is defined by those things. And because she's not worldly enough to understand the value that goes beyond legacy and, you know, money and reputation, it seems very reasonable that she would behave this way. Checks out. And perhaps this is the learning lesson that she gets from this interaction with Shinada. Shinada will probably say something about there's far more value to someone and their legacy beyond what is valued by the world that she lives in. Excuse me. Jian-chan? Have you come to laugh at me? At the lying girl who pretended to be rich when she was poor all along? Of course not. How can you even think that of me, Jian-chan? I wouldn't want to be judged by how much money I don't have. I'm not going to do that to anyone else either. So, can you tell me what's going on? Is it true you're in debt? It is. But how? My father's business failed, and we were left with nothing but debt. He worked so hard to try to turn things around, but the fatigue and stress was just too much. Your father worked himself to death? Didn't you think it was strange, Shinada-san? A proper Nagoya woman has no business being a hostess. None of my other friends rejoice in receiving gifts from clients, or have to work so hard sending out emails to maintain good business. Ever since my father passed away, my mother has become so weak. I'm the only one who can possibly repay our debts. So, when Shinada said he was a really good person, or he could have been really cool, he was talking in the past tense. And that's why you got a job as a hostess? I thought if I worked hard enough, I could pay off those debts, and we could live our happy life from before. When that client asked me to marry him, I was hesitant at first, but I decided to accept in order to save my family. I guess that's out now too, huh? This is all because we don't have money anymore. When it comes down to it, our family's lineage and good names are worth nothing. And there it is. Because she values money as a metric for her family's lineage and good name. And that's the only measure of worth she can conceive. That's not true, Xian-chan. What? Even if you don't have money, it's being together that makes you a happy family. So what if you're poor? Or if you pretend to be more than you do? The important thing is whether or not you're proud of the life you're living. What do you want more than anything, Xian-chan? To live a life of luxury? Or is it to have your family back to the way it was, when all three of you were happy? I hadn't thought about it like that. As long as my family was happy again, I wouldn't care if we didn't have any money. That's a spirit. That's kind of a weird line, I would say. I'll decline the marriage proposal. I mean, it sounds like you don't. Okay. Huh? I think I have quite enough of men who care only about my family's background. Okay. That's not the life lesson here. Xian-chan just deflected. Like, I think a more wonderful, a more telling phrase would be something like, I think I have enough caring about men who care only about my family's background. Because it is her that created the situation, not necessarily the guy. In fact, the guy behaved very appropriately for what their, like, the background check and all that. It all checked out for that guy. So it's not because the problem is the men are making her life inconvenient. She is making her own life inconvenient. There's the Xian-chan I know. Oof. That cuts so deep. Because that is the Xian-chan that he knows. She basically didn't learn anything. Ugh. Like, if I was Shinada, I would be more compelled to think, oh, you have grown. Or, I'm glad you see it differently. Something like that. Instead of, that's exactly the girl that I know I'm accustomed to. That means she hasn't changed at all. I mean, maybe he's just talking about her feelings, like she's happy again, as opposed to, but even then, it's a little disappointing that she doesn't see that her perspective is what makes her miserable. Quite a lot. It's not the only thing, but it's a really big part of why these things happen. Instead, I found a man who was kind enough to tell me he doesn't care if I'm poor. I mean, fair enough. I can't ask for anything more than to spend time with someone who accepts me for who I am. Again, all of her own creation. Do you mean... Here comes the aggressive hug. Would you like to be my boyfriend? Really? Me? You bet I would. I mean, Shinada is a one-off character, so it would be kind of cool to see a like nod to Shinada. But later, the latter games do not make a nod to both Kanemura or Shinada. Yes, and in exchange, I want to know everything there is to know about you. Aggressive hug. Here comes the flashbang. Avert eyes. All right, we're good. It's okay. They aggressively hugged. The series likes aggressively hugging. Your home is far nicer than I expected, Shinada-san. I imagine you were a man of far more modest means. This place is something else. I kind of like it. It's very cozy. Hey, I know how to work hard. I always make sure my place is guest ready. And maybe we can work together to pay off my family's debt. Right. How much do you owe anyway? So, it's actually... Oh, they didn't say it. My father's business was liable for quite a lot. Personal debts are nothing compared to what a company can accrue. It's fair. And see, something like that would lead to bankruptcy. Oh, but this will be such fun, Shinada-san. Just you, me, and my mother will surely be quite happy together. Ah ha ha. Yeah. I'm so lucky to have you by my side, Shinada-san. Um, 10 million yen, maybe? That sounds reasonable, right? Okay, so now we're transitioning into like the finish line. So, to remind ourselves, now this hostess thing, right? Well, let's take a little bit of a summary. Ah, man, it is so hard to keep all of these three traits. So Riku was the one that likes to watch martial arts stuff, right? And I think she's the homebody, the one that likes to just chill and all that. Oh no, wait, was it Kaguya? Kaguya was Himura's uh person that he liked, but it is so hard to keep all of these people straight. Yeah, I can't even remember anymore. It's tough. Wait, we won't go through this, but just as a reference, right? Akiyama, his club in Kamurocho, Club Elise, right, is losing talent to the locals or just don't have enough to find more talent for his club. So the idea was Akiyama has told all the guys, the dudes, to go to their specific town, the Riku in Fukuoka, Kaguya in Sapporo or Hokkaido, uh, Honoka in Sotenbori, Osaka, and Shion here in where we are, Kaneicho, Nagoya, and get them to like cozy up to them and then tell them to move to Kamurocho to join Club Elise. And I'm guessing this last person, which is ascribed to Kiryu apparently, right? Because Kiryu's the goat. I'm guessing this is the Club Elise girl that Akiyama glancingly mentioned that they're training. So now I think we have to talk to all the ladies. So let's go in reverse order. Okay. This is the last email with the picture. Great way is strange because nothing has really changed at home. I guess it's thanks to you. Yeah. Nothing really has changed. Alright. So, these girls are not referenced in Yakuza 6, which is 3 years later after this. And I don't think Club Elise is there anymore in 3 years. I didn't check closely. I don't think the club is there anymore. So, not sure what happens to these girls, but you know. Lots of details. Details like these don't necessarily make the cut for future games. Alright. I think we're supposed to go in these and ask them. Is that how this works?
品田いい匂い。何頼みます？
I don't know yet. Or am I supposed to go back to Akiyama?
こっちお願い。
乾杯。
はい。何が出るかしら。
I might have to go back to Akiyama or something. It's not quite clear what I'm supposed to do.
あれから
I've spoken to my mother about what I've been dealing with. She told me to stop being too proud to ask for help. That's a really good one. That's a deep cut right there.
私たちがありのまま元気でいる方がきっと死んだ父も喜んでくれるからって。
I agree. You were only lying to yourself. You gotta be who you really are inside.
品田さんのおかげでそれに気づくことができたわ。本当にありがとう。それで今度は母に品田さんのことを紹介しようと思うんですけれど、この後レストランを予約してますの。
I have to be going now. I'm all self-conscious now. I've never been to a real live fancy dinner before.
母はテーブルマナーにうるさい方ですから、ちゃんとなさっててくださいね。
おいおい。
What? Oh man, give me a break here. I'm having second thoughts already. It's tough. Oh, you could just straight up leave? Can I choose? No. That's the gossip stuff. Huh. Honestly, let's just ask the last question. But I think we have to go back to Akiyama or
あの
something.
さ、
なんですの？
We got one question here. What are your
Such a-
measurements?
品田さん、さっきからそんなことを考えてらしたの？
Not
幻
really.
滅しました。
I'm just curious. Sorry, professional curiosity. What's wrong with that?
すまないね。
Just got such a great body, Xian-chan.
当然ですわ。プロポーションの維持にはそれなりに気を使ってますから。
そうだね。
I'll bet you got curves in all the right places and none where you don't want them. It could be a model.
さすがにそこまでじゃありませんよ。上から88、59、86だったかしら。
Again, I still don't know the order of the numbers.
え
And I knew it. Looks like my guess. I don't even have relative scale for that stuff.
品田さん、夜はいつも街に出て飲んでらっしゃるの？
いや、
Definitely not every night. He's too poor for that. Yeah, there it is. Have the time or the money to live like that.
そうですか。私、学生の頃から繁華街で遊んだ経験がなかったものですから。
Yeah,
この
she's
辺
kind
りの
of
こと
slightly from outside
よ
of
く知
town.
らないんですよ。
え
Oh, really?
ええ、ですから他のお店のことにとても興味があるんです。
それじゃあ、
Want me to tell you about them? Shinada knows. I've been to almost all of them at least once, so I can let you know what they're like inside. This is the weird flex moment.
本当ですか？ぜひお願いします。そういうことなかなか人に聞きづらくて。
Weird
そっ
flex.
か。
Well, it's easy enough for me to talk to other guys about it, but it's harder with a woman. Ladies might not like what they hear.
私、変わったお仕事をなさってる方のお話に興味があるの。めったにいらっしゃらない方でも楽しいお話を聞かせてくれる方が好きだわ。
People with usual jobs are very interesting too. Just, you gotta have a perspective check. But, you know, she likes the she likes the unusual jobs. Fair enough. It's better to have a normal job. That's being disagreeable, Shinada.
なんだい
What sorts of jobs?
そうですね。以前いらっしゃった方で特に覚えてるの
A
は
bed tester.
ネッ
That's
トテ
really
スターの
interesting.
方とか。
Is that some kind of sex? Shinada, get out of here.
え
A bed tester.
高級ホテルなんかで使われる高価なベッドの寝心地を確かめるために ひたすら寝続けて感想をレポートするお仕事なの。
Fancy bedding used by high-end hotels. Now, man, this is a slight hot take. That I'll maybe bring up in a story format maybe a little bit later. But over the last week, I went to my yearly anime convention, right? And it's so not so often that maybe once a year I spend 2 or 3 nights in a hotel. What is up with the hotels having incredibly dense sheets? Like, holy heck, do they retain so much body temp? Like, I get it, it's very fluffy and bouncy and people like the give and all that stuff. But man, do those sheets retain body heat. And the first comment that like my random roommates make a lot of times when they come in, and it's during the summer, right? These conventions are during the summer. The first thing they talk about is, why is this room so hot? Like, why can't we turn? But the room is 70, and then when you turn down the thermostat, it goes down to 66, and then every time housekeeping comes in, it goes back to 70. I'm like, dude, those sheets don't do you any favors. If you like just sit there, there's like only one desk and stuff, so you don't sit. I always choose to sit on a seat, like the desk seat. But a lot of times the way the hotel rooms are structured, the beds are your primary seating area. Just sitting down, it retains so much body heat. Like it's a little bit more hypersensitive to me because I typically don't even use comforters or additional sheets. I'm more of a really flat, incredibly light sheets, like one sheet and then like a blanket that is very thin, right? But hotel rooms, they don't cycle different sheets. Like hotel rooms year round, they don't switch out thinner sheets, like breathable sheets, in the summertime to encourage customers to not like pump down the AC. So it's such a vicious cycle. Like, all I'm thinking about right now is the room is completely padded. There's sheets everywhere, like these dense sheets that just retain so much heat. It's incredible. Like, when it's 4 people to a room, so we share a bed. Most of the time, I'm just lying right on top of the sheet. Like, no blanket, no nothing. Just lying on the sheet. My back, it's insulating so much heat from the fluffy sheets. Even the pillows are gigantic. I'm like, you have to like punch down. It's almost to the point where I would want to sleep without the pillows because the back of my neck and my head becomes so heated just from my body heat. So you don't naturally have your body cool down. So what happens is, I know within given range of physiological body temp, generally speaking, you want your body temperature to cool down to get to a form of sleep. And then your body temperature naturally rises as you're getting closer and closer to rising. But the hotel rooms are like, you're lying there and you better hope you just hit the bed sleeping and then like crank down the AC because your body temperature is going to rise rapidly because the sheets are so insulated. And so at the cost of being fluffy, I know how people like softer things. I typically like my things firm. It's a double whammy for me because not only does the softness, it's like it's optional, but because they have to make it soft, the material that the hotel room has just insulates you, and it's so hard to sleep more than 4 hours before your body temp goes too high. Like, it spikes beyond comfortable. It's like, that sound awful, but I need weighted blankets or I'll never sleep. Oh, that's fair. It's just the material that they had. Like, you can have heavy blankets if they're like very matted, blankets, they can be both heavy and still like you can have like cross-stitched stuff that's not filled in with material. This stuff was, it felt like the material felt like what you would use in camping bags, like outdoor camping bags that are for like maybe I'm gonna say like 10 degrees Celsius, or what is that, like 40-ish to 50 degrees Fahrenheit temperature, like outside. That's the material that the sheets are made of. Like holy heck. I have my preference, my little sheet back here is just a blanket. It's 1 layer thick, pleated fleece. That's it. Polyester only, pleated fleece. It's those things that you have like a throw pillow or like a throw blanket or something that you would sit on a couch and you just want to. So it's very incredibly light and breathable. And I just let my body temperature drop on its own, and then it rises on its own. But holy heck, it is so hot. Like your butt is cooking just from sitting on it. And if your body runs hot, which my body doesn't run hot, like that hot, I can only imagine someone else who's like probably bigger. Not necessarily always bigger would have higher body heat, but generally someone who's resting heart rate and respiratory system like is heavier, it's elevated. Like for me, I'm someone who works out and do lots of cardio and whatnot. Generally when you start to wind down, your resting position isn't like radiating heat all the time. Like my roommates would come back and they're like incredibly exhausted and physically exhausted too. Generally I come back, I go to bed because I'm mentally exhausted. It's rare that it's physical exhaustion, because just standing around and helping people is not very strenuous, but I would be mentally exhausted. And when I want to sleep, it's so difficult to sleep because in order to bypass the whole heat thing, I would have to be both physically and mentally exhausted at the same time. Like so tired that regardless of your sleeping condition, we're going to bed. Ooh, some dense sheets. So to compensate, right, you have a whole hotel of people. To compensate, they just slam their AC to as low as it goes. It goes to 66 degrees Fahrenheit, which I don't know about you, but it's exponential. It's almost exponentially difficult to maintain something with respect to the ambient temperature. And sure enough, that weekend that we had was a record-breaking, decade-old record-breaking heat wave. So we're going past it felt a lot of times like 40 degrees Celsius or 100 degrees Fahrenheit plus. Like it's not really 40, it's like 39 degrees Celsius and 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's crazy. So weird. So weird. But anyways, it's like digression. High fancy bedding used by high-end hotels. You gotta control for body heat, man. Gotta control for that heat retention. You need a balance between. It would be. I mean, I expect in my opinion, I've never been to a high-end hotel before, or a company trip or something. Been treated to a high-end hotel. I minimally expect that a high-end hotel would rotate sheets, like seasonal sheets based on the ambient temperature. And that doesn't necessarily mean that they're fancy, as in they spend more money by having 2 loads of sheets. The energy costs to offset the behavior of using air conditioning would cost way more in the long run, in my opinion, than having rotating sheets. Which is kind of how I go about things. Like in the wintertime, I have one of these sheets. buy a second one and have 2 sheets. So it gives you the flexibility of not relying too much on what I would say is a great luxury in the United States. As an American, it is a great luxury to expect climate controls and stuff. Absolutely. But I make do with, you know, being appropriate. It goes a long way. It goes a long way having appropriate sheets for the season. Like when it's very cold, definitely swap up your sheets. Just a slight fun little talk that relate to my story back then. I have a lot of stories. I was out for 4 days. 4 days, I have a whole lifetime of stuff. Well, not really a lifetime, maybe like a good solid 20 to 30 life lessons. That's one of them. And it only deals with the hotel sheets. That's it.
朝から晩まで寝っ転がってるだけなのにお金がもらえるなんて不思議なお仕事ですよね。
Honestly, being paid to lie in bed from morning to night, that sounds like it's alright for like 1 week. For myself. Unless the bed and the sheets are really interesting. I would love to see for 1 week what type of bedding they go through, like what they experiment. Like, have they experimented with different materials, different quilted patterns, different weaves? You know, that'd be really super interesting. It would inform someone about their own bed preferences too. I'm not sure if it's Shinada's kind of gig. I mean, he was a former baseball player. I totally forgot that's timed. I had to clear my nose. I have a bit of mucus in my chest that needs to be cleared out for a little bit. It's been like that for a couple days. It happens from traveling and exhaustion a lot of times. Plans for New Year's. Nothing special. I guess the usual for me, which is either running. Oh yeah, we had this before. Yeah, this is about her grandmother coming to visit. And this is where she complains about how much trouble it is for a grandmother to come. And you spent the time trying to convince her that it's nice, it's endearing, it's charming, it's wonderful. Yeah, and then she does the whole butt thing. And I can clearly remember, if I go back to a previous session with this, I talked about the use of but, as in using it to contradict someone else's sentiments. It's an incredibly, I don't want to use the word toxic, but it's an incredibly detracting aspect. And if you ever find yourself doing that repeatedly, it subtracts points from charisma. Like, just every time you start with a contradiction to someone else's sentiments without understanding what their sentiment is, using the word but, big no-no. Like, you could say it with your own stuff. It can weaken your argument or produce an alternative effect. For example, I could say, yeah, everything worked out for me, but that's fair. That's a statement you're trying to qualify by yourself. But if you, right, see, that's my statement. However, if someone says that sounds great, and you say, but it's not that great, dang, man, that just makes you very, very disagreeable. You could, it's very appropriately easy to add on to someone's statement. For example, I probably use this thing, this same exact wording as well. She could say, "Oh, I see your point. However," you know, like if you have to contradict, you can at least acknowledge that you see that. But instead, she just goes, "Oh, we don't do this everywhere." Yeah.
祖母はフランス
Every
の
day.
リヨンに住んでますの。
Yeah, so this is where she reveals that she's French. She's part French. And I think we went with you'll have to go see her.
いや、
それは分かっていますけど。No.
Yeah, and then she constantly contradicts like and make excuses, which I pretty much probably said the same thing. Yeah, that's a tough situation. Going home takes money, and you have money, that means you don't have time, and when you have time, your parents are already gone. I actually chose the other one where it must be expensive, and then she agrees like it's really expensive and all that stuff. But she actually, I think she I think she contradicts you
できる限りお会いしたいのですけど。
and say something like, "Oh, that's not it. That's not it. There's more other complications." And she just, this one was tough. Like this particular segment just shows, oh, she has a very disagreeable personality, but that's what her lifestyle is like, though. True, and that's why I want to see my grandmother as much as possible. It's very difficult when I'm not able
すま
to.
ないね。
It certainly is getting a little depressing. Do you want to talk about something else? Oh, it ends it prematurely.
そろそろお時間となりますが、
Alright, that was just a test. But we didn't need to do this. Because we're repeating pools now, right? We're repeating the response
なっ
webs.
てね。
So I don't know where you ask her. Right here? No? No. Okay. Alright. So maybe we'll go back to... I think we have to do it in order now. So if it doesn't work with Shinada... we're supposed to ask all 4 girls with each of the guys to consider joining Akiyama's club Elise, back in Kamurocho. But there is a chance that you have to start the sequence with Kiryu. Often the way the game is structured, it's often like a serial. It's in series, so it always starts at the top and goes through. That can happen. So let's swap to Kiryu. Actually, while we're here, we can probably swap to Akiyama. Right? I should unequip the stuff. Excuse me. Let's briefly swap to Akiyama. Go back to Club Elise. These triggers are not as well thought out most of the time. So you have to try all the different permutations. It's not I can't rely on my own intuitions here, because this is a game from a different period. So triggers are very specific. They don't usually have different paths, different path triggers in games like these. So we got all the hostess to S. Now let's go back to Club Elise. With Akiyama, maybe? Uh-huh. You should make nice with hostesses in other cities and scout them for our club. Sure, sir. Yeah. Well, Kiryu's got Akata, Saijima-san's got Sapporo, and I've got Osaka, and Shinada-san's got Nagoya covered. Hopefully we'll find some winners. Okay, all it did was remind you of the peeps. And you're back out. Okay. So that was not the trigger. So let's make an assumption here. And let's take Kiryu and go back to Club La Seine? Yeah, La Seine. And ask Riku first. It's probably, you probably have to do it in order. Right. Let's grab Kiryu. We got 2 beads. It's all good. The beads. Gotta avoid confrontation. Man, Kiryu, your suit got so dark in Yakuza 5. Like 4 and 5, they made his suit so gray. It went from white to gray. It's all that warning, you know? Just shows how worn down he is. And then it goes back to white again. In the next game. In fact, there is a couple places where people refer to him as the man with the gray suit. When it's white in some of them. Right. Faster to walk there. Or run there. Maybe. Hold up, let's check our like phone or something. Can we like no, that doesn't work. I guess we're going back in. Okay. I don't think that this is it. No, I don't think this is it. I think the other choice is to go to Club Elise with Kiryu. Maybe? A mystery stone. Oh yeah, this is the aftermath of her making up with Yuka-chan and Asmi-chan. Riku is arguably more disagreeable than Shion, and she does not learn a life lesson in her thing. I think she's the only hostess that was like, aha, she was right. But she is incredibly narcissistic, and she's even more so now because she was right about being judgmental, jumping to conclusions, and behaving irrationally, and like very, very like rashly too. Like she basically did most of the things that would get 90% of the chance get someone into trouble, but she landed on the 10%. And Kiryu was there to bail her out. Yeah, don't let that get to your head. Yeah, I'm gonna say this, just say. If you're not careful in the future, this same sort of thing could happen again. Absolutely. 100%. 100%.
はーい、わかっとうよ。
Oh, and she doesn't like being lectured, obviously, because she's a narcissist.
桐生さんも私に相談したいことあったらいつでも言ってくださいね。
Nah, I don't really have any. Not for you.
じゃあ次来る時までに考えとってくださいね。
Sure. I might stop. Like, skip before that happens.
そりゃ困る。桐生さんの意地悪。
So freaking disagreeable. Oh my gosh. Actually, alright. This is not the way. It's fine. Let's go home.
こっちお願い。
It's fine. We're just trying to figure out how to,
桐生さん、
yes. We're already maxed out.
待っとけ。
Yeah, Riku is the most disagreeable. Like, if Shion unintentionally gaslights because of her pride, Riku gaslights because she's a narcissist. There's no pride involved. Really. But she's not this, Kaguya. Kaguya is a little bit more similar to Shion. Kaguya comes from a family, a high-up family, and she was trying to escape her legacy burden. And her conflict was also dealing with arranged marriage. But in her case, she was trying to make it out on her own, and her life lesson is that it's tough making out on her own, but at the same time she's gonna give it a try, and it's not about just doing it once. So Saejima encouraged her, like, you know, if you fail once, you can keep trying, right? Because Kaguya came from a privileged background to the point where she was unable, she thinks things come as easy as they do. So that was her life lesson. Hanato, or Hanota. I don't remember. I would need some more context clues to remember now. Because I connected Kaguya and Riku to Shion just now in order to remember some of the details. I don't remember Honata. I think Honata was the one that might be obsessed with the eatery. The Western style eatery. There's just so many characters to keep my head straight. Keep straight in my head. Yeah, I work off context clues far more than just bringing details out from scratch, from memory. Alright, let's see what happens if I walk into Club Elise. Right now, I put my business, I'll come back later. Okay. I just don't know. Where's the trigger point? Do I talk to Akiyama?
桐生さん。いや、わかりました。
Okay. I'm actually at a loss, so let's... Right? Right? Uh... Okay. Okay. So we had the talk where Akiyama proposed that each character go to grab a hostess. If you S ranked... Oh, okay, okay. Okay, so we needed that conversation. So we needed to close off their arc. And we did it with Shion and stuff. And then you're supposed to revisit again. Fair enough. As I run into everything. Whoops. That's a double input right there. So, Onita was Akiyama. Oh, I know Honata. Honata is the one that wanted to be a newscaster. She wanted to be a newscaster for Kamurocho, but she has insecurities about her Osaka roots, her Kansai accent. So it was, and eventually, her main event was to get an audition to get like a interview, like a job that is a stepping stone for becoming a newscaster. The only way I remembered that was because of the location, because Akiyama's hostess takes place in Sotenbori, Osaka. And because of the context of Osaka and the Kansai accent, that's what led me back to remembering that it was about being a newscaster. Oh, that's right. Yeah, here it is. Akiyama wanted new girls with club line out. So now we can talk to Riku about it. Hi, Kiryu-san. What's up? Riku, I have a proposal for you. Oh, what now? I know someone who runs a club out in Kamurocho, and he's looking for hostesses. If you'd be willing to help out, even on a temporary basis, it'd be a big help to him. Kamurocho, huh? So, what do you say? Want to come to Tokyo with me? Sure. School's out on winter break and all anyhow. Look out, y'all. Riku-san's making her Tokyo debut. Oh, that's kind of cute. Huh. Guess that settles that. Good. Seems like I convinced Riku I should go back to Kamurocho to take her to Elise. Okay. Fair enough. Oh wait, Onita might have been a stalker issue. Because Kaguya was the one where her parents sent out people to get her back, and it was interfering with her audition. Well, no, because there will be a wrap up. I didn't do the wrap up with Akiyama, so we'll have a dialogue regarding the event, and it'll remind me of what the context was. Okay, so do I just go to Club Elise? Don't worry, right now Kiryu has Riku in his bag of holdings in another dimension somewhere. Right in his pocket, you know? And she'll magically show up right here. Yep, I should. Yep, here we go. Excuse me. Oh, Akiyama's here. Hi, I'm Riku. Nice to meet ya. I've never been to Tokyo before. I'm all sort of nervous. Oh, I like her. That accent of hers is adorable. You're sure to be a big hit at our club. Heh, you sure know how to pick 'em, Kiryu-san. Well, you know me. Next time you come by Elise, your visit's on the house. And welcome aboard, young lady. Thank you. I'm rearing to go. One down. Alright, time to grab the other 3. There's quite a lot of leg traveling in this. The expectation is that, as you're playing the characters, you would do this, right? And then, you would naturally come to an end result. And then you bump into Akiyama's thing in Kamurocho. And then you do the back and forth. Which, it's still a little bit rough, going back and forth like that. There's one extra like travel, but it's kind of weird, where it makes you double back, even if you're not doing them in all together at once, which is what I intended to do. So the design is a little bit weird, just one extra travel point back and forth between the characters. All right. I think of all the 4, I remember Kaguya the most. Oh, and Shion. Actually, we had a bunch of digression with Shion because she was a multicultural person. She's the only multicultural hostess of the 4 so far. Don't know about the 5th. Where did you place? Okay. Okay. Casually. Yeah, just recently, yesterday, my father expressed an interest to going to Japan. My sister is currently stationed in Japan. So, it's a coincidence. Well, it's not too much of a coincidence, but there's some excitement there.
いらっしゃいませ。
Lots of things to confirm, you know? Lots of things to confirm, refute, compare and contrast from all these experiences.
さあジマさん待ってましたよ。今日も楽しみましょう。
Yeah, I know.
何頼みます？ こっちお願い。乾杯。おつ。何が出るかな。
Eh?
冴島さん、聞いて聞いて。
She got the audition.
何よ。
She got the job.
さっきオーディションの結果について連絡があったんです。
Uh-huh. And?
あのね、私ね、受かっちゃいました。
Then we gotta celebrate.
ありがとうございます。これも冴島さんのおかげですよ。
そうか。
Guess you're on your way to becoming a rookie model now. The thing about her was she was on her way to an audition, but her parents hired peeps to take her back to wherever this family is, well-to-do family. But instead, Saejima basically put a stop to that, and then she thought she missed her audition, but she didn't because she's a goofball and she set her alarm early. So then she ran to the audition, and then now we know that she passed the audition.
そうなんですよ。お見合いの話も断ったし、これから心機一転、新たな人生を歩み始めちゃいますよ。
Yep. And it was an arranged marriage, of course. It was for the arranged marriage.
ほんなら
Be bad at it. It might be tough to get used to it at first, but things ought to go fine for you if you don't give up.
やっぱり冴島さんは先生みたい。今からでも教師目指したらどうですか？
Low key, he is a teacher. Yeah. He's been a teacher. I mean, he taught martial arts, but I could see Saejima as a teacher. Alright. So we got the wrap up. Closure.
こっちお願い。冴島さん。待ってるからね。
She has one of the biggest moves because he's asking her to relocate to but Kaguya has already been to Tokyo. Ooh, I got another detail that just came out. Yeah, Kaguya, one of the things that she's shared is she went to Tokyo for 3 months to just make bank and then come back to Sapporo. So she has already been to Kamurocho. Probably. So it's not a big move for her, but it is a big, like, distance-wise. It's cold. What's going on, Saejima-san? Hey, I got something to talk to you about. Oh? What is it? I know a guy out in Kamurocho. He's looking for hostesses to work at his club. Think it could maybe work for him, just for a little bit? It'd be a big favor. Kamurocho, you say? Yeah, well... Want to come to Tokyo with me? Why not? I've been out there before to earn money. There aren't many modeling jobs for me here, so this could be a lucrative opportunity. There it is. Looks like it's all settled then. Alright. There it is. Yeah, so that's the recap. One of the details she's shared. Kaguya is kind of a go-getter, but she's more of a go-getter because a lot of things worked out for her. And she is privileged, but at the same time, she's branching out voluntarily. So she bounces back very remarkably, even though she's kind of naive at the moment. But that's like that's the natural progression of things, where you're a youth, you're trying to break out of your shell kind of thing. Oh. All right. There we go. Audio hostess from up in Sapporo. Woo-wee. She's got a body that won't quit. What the heck, Akiyama? Not bad, Saejima-san. Not bad at all. Not bad. That's all you got to say? I'm gonna take her out back to Sapporo, you know. No, she's fine. Honest. Thank you. And you, miss? It's lovely to meet you. Let me know if you need anything. Well, a place to stay near the club would be greatly appreciated. That's a reasonable request, considering where she came from. Big trip. So, quite a long trip from Sapporo to Tokyo. Saejima was a little defensive there. Just a wee bit defensive. This freaking guy with his soft heart. All right. We swap to Akiyama. Go grab Onata and look at her wrap up. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened in Hanato's Honata's event. Her name is very different too. Like those three sets of sounds aren't usually in that order, and I keep saying it in a different order. I keep wanting to say Honato instead of Honata. The club was Club Prime, right? Club Prime next to Forshine, or where Forshine Was, anyways. So many people. They just block the way all the time. Gridlock of peeps.
いらっしゃいませ。
Eh?
秋山さん、待っとったで。今日も楽しもうな。
Yeah.
なん頼む？
You have to be wearing like some sort of cologne or something.
すんません。
乾杯。
おつ。何出るかな？秋山さん、この前はほんまにごめんな。
そういやさ、
Oh, yeah. She had an audition too, for the newscasting thing, but she lost her voice, and then Akiyama went out of the way to get a secret medicine, a secret what do you call Larsinga? So it's an oral like medication, but he went to the pharmacy and he was looking for it, and there's none that would like rapidly save her voice. I kind of need it at the moment. So then he went to Harataka Park, I think that's the park's name, or Ashitaka Park. Keep forgetting the park's name. And then there's like this sketch guy there, and he makes a speech about how he would pay any value just to make sure her dreams come true. That was the thing. And then you got the Larsinga, and then she recovered immediately, and then now we're hearing the aftermath of her audition or her interview.
おかげさんね。
どうだい？
So how did the things go?
それがな、ダメやったん。
Aw,
そうか。
I see. That's too bad.
せっかく秋山さんが薬持ってきてくれたのに、うち自分が情けないわ。
いや、
It's alright. There'll be other tests. Focus on getting healthy and prepare for the next one.
本命は東京のキー局や。受かったらいつでも秋山さんに会えるな。
そうだよね。
That's right. And when that time comes, your Kansai accent will be all but gone.
東京弁話すんはアナウンサーの時だけ。秋山さんとおる時は一人の女。いつものうちやで。
That's a relief. Okay, so for her, it didn't work out. And in the process of everything, we were telling her to go big or go home. So she's landing on that. She's following through. All right. It didn't work out for her, but she's
あ
こっちお願い。
looking out for the next one. Sometimes, you know, it's a blend. Some you win some, you lose some.
次
You
も
know,
早く。
some of them lose, but bounce back. Some of them win, keep on trucking. It's a nice balancing act. So her audition didn't work out. Time to recruit. What's going on, Akiyama-san? Hey there. Honoka-chan. Do you mind if I talk to you about something? What about? I run a cabaret club out in Kamurocho, and it's fallen on some hard times. I'd love it if you'd be willing to help me out, just on a temporary basis. Oh, wow, Kamurocho. I mean, she's going to Tokyo anyways, right? Yeah, there it is. She's going to look for a job anyhow. Dry run it is. Indeed. I think Riku is pretty much the only one that would get uprooted. Shion is already a traveler. Like, she travels already by nature. So Riku is the only, like, quote unquote, one that doesn't have an overlapping interest. But heck, Riku's got Kiryu, right? You can't just say no to Kiryu. Actually, you can, but kind of saved her butt. Alright. I think we'll just swap here quickly because we have to go to the club anyways for Akiyama. So quickly swapping to Shinada and then just doing like an exit enter would be good enough. Okay. Yeah, this is quite a trek. Come back, switch, come back, switch. Double zones. So like triple zoning and then 2 zoning for character changes. That alone takes like 30 minutes. Is something wrong? Hey, so, Shia-chan, I've got something I kinda need to ask you. What is it? So, I know someone who works in Kamurocho and he's looking for hostess to work at his club. It would just be a temporary thing, but it'd be a big help if you consider taking up a post there, Shia-chan. Oh my, Kamurocho. So, would you come to Tokyo? It's okay, never mind. No, I can do it. In fact, I've always wanted to see what... Huh. Interesting. I thought it'd be like something like... you know, she would bring up some sort of like glamour thing. But no, very conservative. Alright. Okay. Half an hour later. We're on our way. And then, after this, we have one last thing, which is fishing. And when we clear fishing, we go into premium adventure and clean up all the completion things before we do our victory lap run. Oh no, wait. After we do the premium adventure thing, we gotta do the ultimate matches. And then we do our victory lap run. This game went the distance, I tell you. Definitely went the distance. Does help that Yakuza 4 was the achievements were a bit lower. Much lower. Well, well, well. Isn't she stunning? Dang, Shinada-san. How'd you manage to nab a babe like her? Oh, Akiyama. Hey, no need to be so rude about it, man. My charm and good looks are magic with the ladies. Oh, your charm makes me want to hire you as a talent scout for our club. Oh, okay. Now then. That'd be kind of cool if they actually followed through with that. But Akiyama kind of falls on hard times 3 years later. Very hard times. He gets targeted by the triad and goes into hiding while Kiryu sorts out the craziest conspiracy ever with Hiroshima in Hiroshima. Alright, Akiyama. Like a Dragon Gaiden is fastly approaching, man. November is not that long away. This is Elise, my club. Wow, this place is so nice. I think I made this the right choice coming here. It's astonishingly how well her outfit and her look fits into Club Elise's like ambiance. Is astonishingly well coordinated. Right. Well, I'm really depending on you. Now I just gotta get used to how y'all Tokyo folks talk and all that. Yeah, I mean, it is her goal, right? So it killing two birds with one stone. And there it is. Sir, thanks to you, business is booming once again. It's all thanks to the top class girls we got from all over the country. But they're just here temporarily. We need to make sure we keep ourselves running even after they're gone. Yes, about that. Our new girl has finally finished her training and is ready for work in the club. Oh, hey, really?
Hey.
Yes, sir. Not only is she a real looker, she's smart and a gifted conversationalist. To top it all off, she's super motivated too. It's like she was born to be a hostess. Sounds great. Her training sure took a lot of time though. Yes, she just happens to have a rather difficult personality, that's all. Meaning what exactly? Oh, never mind that. Once she's out there with actual customers, I'm sure she'll be just fine. If you say so. Difficult person. Is everything okay, sir? You seem worried still. I hope nothing bad happens. Kiryu-san, I hate to do this to you, but I have one more thing I need to ask of you. What is it? Can you be a client for our new girl and see if she really fits to be the face of our club? No, of all Kamurocho? What? Why me?
ちょっと
Why indeed, sir? I assure you she's ready. I need more than that. Any girl can chat and drink with clients, if that's all we offer. If that's all we offer, we're sunk. I want to change the very idea of what both men and women think about when they hear the words cabaret club. Sir, you're not making much sense right now. Kiryu-san, you're the one who knows Kamurocho well enough to know if this girl is suited to be our star. I get what you're going for here, but I'm not sure now is the best time. That's a good point. And what would dear little Haruka-chan think if she knew you were messing around in a cabaret club at a time like this? Akiyama, you better not. I just thought you'd be on board with this, since you've been a regular at our clubs. But never mind, forget I said anything. Hey, not a word about any of this to Haruka, you hear me? Of course not. We always ensure our customers' privacy. Then again, if you're not our customer... Ouch, sir, that's playing dirty. Fine, fine. I'll go to your club and ask for this new girl of yours, okay? Alright, that's what I like to hear. I'll go ahead and put her on the clock. I owe you one, Kiryu-san. I'll inform the adult entertainment info booth. Please visit an info booth before you visit. They'll hook you up. Wow. Akiyama do be hard pressing Kiryu. That's new. That's very uncharacteristic too. I like it. It's a shame Akiyama and Kiryu don't have too many of these interactions. Even in Yakuza 6, it's straight into drama. Like, Akiyama got cut short because he had to go into hiding. It's a great reunion, but there's none of this like fun stuff. Like the characters in Kiryu Saga rarely ever have respite in any form. Like they're always under pressure. So you don't have time where they become buddy-buddy. But whenever it occasionally happens, it does happen on occasion. It's kind of nice. They like joke around and take jabs at each other. It's so rare though. They're always in like pressure situations and well, tough times, you know. Always incredibly serial. Super serial all the time. I actually don't even think Saejima is capable of a joke. Has he told? I don't think he's told a joke before. No, I don't think I've ever witnessed Saejima tell a joke to someone. Like any of the mainline characters. Alright. Here we are. Oh, right. That's right. Got to go to the male entertainment booth. Can't just barge in. Look at that sign, though. I mean, men's entertainment box. All right. Lead the way. Okay.
もしもし。
We got new girls on staff and they're all top notch. There we go. There's Riku-chan from Nagasaki, Hakata out in Kyushu. She's a big hit with folks who are all about the perky Hakata dialect of hers. True. Is that so? Sounds like she's doing a good job. This was Kiryu's hostess. There's also Kagyo-chan from Tsukimi no Sapporo. I've heard she's been working as a model lately. Oh no. Okay. With a big name talent scout coming to see her too. Yeah, we know that because of her work. So these are all throwbacks. Interesting. Never expected Saejima to win over such a gem. Next, from Sotenburi in Osaka, comes Honoka-chan. Young men are getting worked up by her high-energy Kansai conversation style on a nightly basis. Of course, we know that. I see. Leave it to Akiyama to pick a winner. And last but not least, there's Shion-chan from Kaneicho, Nagoya. She's a blonde-haired, half-Japanese bombshell who was always in demand by well-heeled VIP guests. That's true, but they don't know about her backstory. Don't say. That Shinada's not just some schmuck after all. Maybe I should reconsider my opinion of him. It's true. Shinada is often to any of the knowledge of the other guys, Shinada's pretty much a sleaze. Like, he comes off as a sleaze because he's a scrappy guy due to his background. And they only had limited interactions, especially Kiryu. He had the most limited interaction with Shinada. Oh, and a special bit of info you only get here. Today's the big debut of Hanata. Yeah. Oh, Hinata. Alright, Hinata-chan. Her secret weapon, fresh off training. Oh no. Oh no! That's cursed right there. What's she like? Not much is known yet other than she's blood type A, 23 years old, and an Aquarius. But you should be sure to But you can be sure she exemplifies what a hostess should be. She really is the it girl of Tokyo right now. This is so cursed. Just go along with the conversation, and I think she'll like you just fine, but winning her over will not be easy or cheap. So just gotta go with the flow. Well, there's more to her than that. It would be easier if that's all you had to do. That was cursed. The pathing. Alright. Let's go. Only Yakuza. Alright. It's time. Let's see what Hinata is like.
失礼します。
That tiara though. That neck piece. The necklace piece.
はじめまして、大崎ひなたです。はい、これ私の名刺。
Okay.
お名前聞いてもいいですか？
桐生一馬。
桐生さんですね。よろしくお願いいたします。
ああ。
何頼みます？
Did we do it? Did we do it? Champagne Tower it is. Let's go. Celebration.
本当に？
Hinata, you're the debut of Tokyo. We gotta celebrate.
すごい。桐生さん太っ腹。
There it is. We did this once before. In Himura's Mind Palace. There it is.
はい、どうもありがとうございました。拍手。すごい。
乾杯。
Oh, you get
お疲れ様。
1000 XP for that. Actually, that's a pretty alright.
桐生さんは東京の方ですか？
He's technically, Kanagawa isn't necessarily Tokyo, right?
そうだな。
But he's mostly from Tokyo. I used to live here, but due to some circumstance, I wound up living in Hakata. See, I don't know how Hanagawa is with relation to Tokyo.
博多めちゃくちゃ遠いじゃん。
It certainly is. Wow, her eyes are incredibly vibrant. Yes, and before that, I lived in Okinawa. Yakuza 3.
うっそ、引っ越し多いんですね。私なんて生まれてからずっと埼玉ですよ。
I have no idea where Saitama is. Saitama, huh?
ちょっとなんでそんな残念そうにため息つくんですか。
I didn't even sigh. I have no idea what is your problem, Hinata?
あ
No, it's not like that. It's just that you're not from Tokyo.
そりゃそうですよ。千葉や横浜の方から来てる子だっていますし、地方出身の子も大勢いるんですから。
Yeah, I wonder where Yokohama relationship with Tokyo. Because I had thought that Kiryu had some time in the the Kinagawa area, which is I think it's Yokohama. Something like
あ
that.
なるほど
I suppose that's part of the charm of a Tokyo cabaret club. Have you been working here long?
いえ、全然。だって今日初めてですから。
I honestly, you certainly don't look it. I expect you to be a lot more nervous for your first time.
といろいろ研修受けてたからじゃないですか。あんまり初めてって感じがしないんですよね。
That's fair.
ひょっとして
So does that mean I'm your very first client?
それがさっきまで他のお客さんについてたんですよ。
Oh, really?
どうだ
How did it go?
いやー、それがなんか適当に話してるだけであっという間に時間が経っちゃいました。
Good job. Some girls are so nervous their first time that they can barely hold a
本
conversation.
当？私才能あるのかな？
She's very energetic and perky. You know what? Let's ask some questions. All right, her likes. Let's go with it.
ひなた
え、好みって何のことですか？
Music.
そ
Let's
れじゃ
go. What kind of music do you listen to? You better say, what's the term? The term for like old-fashioned songs, because that's Kiryu's jam.
え、ロック。
Oh, okay. He is okay with rock.
俺もだ
Me too. I sing it a lot at karaoke. Judgment. Judgment. It's the go-to. Maybe even Machine Gun Kiss.
え、絶対違うし、私が好きなの V 系ですから。
Oh. She's into visual K. I was like that reminds me of like a phase I went through. I really like the sound of visual K, but some of it is okay. A lot of times they gear towards like edgy goth more, but that's still rock though, so I don't see how. Okay.
What?
Visual K. Ah, those bands with crazy hair, makeup, and costumes. I was a rage for a while, huh? I'm not too familiar with that era. Yeah, it was. I'd probably say even like 2 decades ago, ish. Visual K was quite trendy. Not anymore. Even 2013 standards, it's probably fading. There are some bands still around. Like it's more of an underground thing now, more of an indie stuff. But there are some prominent outliers, like some standout bands that still do it. And when we're talking about, it might sound like that crazy hair, makeup, and costumes. That almost sounds, you know, like rock, like early glam bands and stuff from like the West. But no, no, no. These are extensive costumes, like incredible costume. And it's not for everyone. It's quite extravagant.
今もあるし、知らないんだったら無理に話し合わせなくていいですよ。
Whoa! Man. There sure are lots of kinds of rock music, huh? I guess.
桐生さんってすごい強そうですよね。
Oh, well, maybe.
やっぱり女の子に対してもオラオラ系なんですか？
Not really.
いいや
Looking tough is all the more reason to make sure I act like a gentleman and to treat women with kindness. Kiryu, man. So conservative with words. Love it.
ああ、そういうの超いい。桐生さんは大人ですね。
He is almost old enough to be your grandfather. Just kidding. But, huh.
私デート DV する男が大っ嫌いなんですよ。そういう人とは速攻で別れるようにしてるんです。
That's alright. Hmm.
何
Mistreat how?
DV ってわかります？
Okay.
あ
Fair. Abuse. You mean like domestic violence?
そうそう、それの男女交裁判。
Fair enough.
そうか
No right to leave them. You don't have to date a guy who's violent towards women.
他にもいろいろあるんですよ。
Okay.
なんだ
Very argumentative. Oh, such as?
電話にすぐ出ろって言ったり、どうしてメールに返信くれないのとか催促したり。
Okay. Fair enough.
他の男と遊びに行くなとか縛りつけたり、今どこにいるとかすぐ確認してきたり、浮気してないか携帯見せろとか言ってきたり。
Fair enough. Yeah, personally, I want to say, yeah, let's do it anyways. Us guys worries too. It's a sign that we care about our girl. It'd be natural to doubt our affection and we did nothing to show them.
大事にしてるんだったら嫌なことやめるはずでしょ。なんで男の都合を押し付けるの？
Why are guys always so pushy? That's a sexist comment. Women are the same way. That's exactly my thought. Like, it's not a particularly, that's a sexist comment. Let's go with it.
いや
Women are the same way. There are plenty of women who will talk to their boyfriends like that.
だからそれも立派なデート DV。男の子が被害者になるケースだってあるんだから。
Fair enough. That's very mature of you.
そうか
Right. That happens in other kinds of domestic violence cases.
自分がやられたらうざいってわかるでしょ。それを相手にもしないでほしいだけなのに、どうしてわかんないのかな。
Is it too much to ask for your partner to understand that? To not be themselves? Sometimes, yes. It's not okay for either men or women to take things too far, I guess. That I guess. I'm feeling that part, Kiryu. I am feeling that.
な
She took the moral high ground. She was moral grandstanding. So it was very hard to fault her because she's taking the side of the victims. Which I mentioned earlier about how Shion makes sexist one-sided remarks by backing the victim based on her pride and morals. pride, moral grandstanding doesn't make you correct about things. And then taking a leap of logic to associate that the victim is free from fault while the aggressor is not free from fault, that's very one-sided. So if you say, like, if you take that in perspective all the time, you won't ever treat you'll normalize dehumanizing one person in favor of another person. And that makes it very, very easy to normalize the behavior, to easily brush people away, which ultimately makes you become the very person you despise. So that person that is demanding attention, that person that is insecure and worried that maybe they're projecting their insecurity, so that's why they keep tabs. Since she says it is not right, it is always bad for that to happen, that person fails to understand the insecurities that lead to that person making those acts, like the fear of abandonment, for example. It is not always a one-sided thing in favor of the victim. Abuse is an interpersonal issue, not a singular person's thing. Like the aggressor or the person who's abusive has roots in the interpersonal thing with the person that's being abused. Now, it is hard to see that because from the outside you can only see one person being harmed and the other person not being harmed. But you have to view that people get into relationships to want to express love to each other. It's really rare that it's a sociopath that wants to just get off at harming people. That's so much rarer. So when the people she's talking about are people in relationships, like, we're not talking about the exception, we're talking about the rule. So how aggressive she was at reacting to writing people off, she is more like the abusers than the victim, because she can project herself that way too. If you are capable of feeling no remorse or no concern about what can compel someone to be so insensitive, then you yourself can easily convince yourself that when you're being abusive or unintentionally abusive, you can easily get to that point. So without showing without demonstrating, at least to me, or maybe even Kiryu, because Kiryu is written that way, without showing mutual compassion, you yourself are probably like the thing that you dislike, which is very unfortunate. As always, in an abusive relationship, there are two losers, not just one. Everyone is losing. And to show compassion and understanding, you want both to win, not one to lose and one to win. That's such an unfortunate way to look at relationships. There are only losers in unfortunate antagonistic relationships. There's not a winner or a loser. Like, the way she spins it is often seeing that the abuser is winning out, and that is not allowed at the expense of someone, and that's pretty naive in my opinion. It's also very scary when someone shares that type of detail with you, like even to a stranger. For me, that's a little worrisome, because it shows that if I make a mistake or if I do something unintentionally, I do not get faith, or I do not get compassion. So if you're a winner, typically you're gonna have conflicts of interest with someone like her, and like Shion was the same way, and Riku. Honoka and Kaguya was free from it. Riku Shion and Hinata are incredibly binary.
あんまりそういうのはないんですけど、強いて言えば映画鑑賞とか。
I think another girl liked films. I want to say it was Riku that liked watching movies, but specifically martial arts films.
そうか。
It could be Kaguya. Do you go to the movies a
見
lot?
に行くっていうかほとんどレンタルですけど。
なるほど。
Rentals, huh? So you mostly watch movies at home?
そうですね。でも私好きな作品を何度も見てるだけで、あんまり映画には詳しくないんですよ。
Okay. Don't really have a lot of... Okay, I mean, that makes sense.
おお。
It's nice to see a wide variety of films, but you can still be a movie buff just by rewatching famous movies. Not particularly, Kiryu.
好きな作品は
I can't get
セリ
behind
フ
that.
全部丸暗記しちゃうくらい何度も見るんですよ。
Fair enough. A creature of habit. That's impressive. I'll only rewatch a movie if I accidentally rent one I've already seen. Whoa. That's a little interesting, Kiryu.
私も借りるとき店員さんが履歴見て、こちら以前もレンタルされてますがなんて聞いてくることがしょっちゅう。
Okay. That's a pragmatic way of looking at it.
何？
How do you respond to that?
そうですけどそれが何かって好きなんだから何回見てもいいじゃないね。
I mean, that's fair. That's
そう
fair. Good point.
この店ってカラオケがやれる大きなステージがあるんですけど、私まだ使ったことなくて。
あ
I guess there is one, huh? I've come to this club a number of times, but I've never seen anybody using it myself. That's a throwback, cause no, not Minami, what you call it, Majima's dude, sang there. And I actually think he sang Kamurocho Lullaby. And then he got his face kicked in by Akiyama. But that's a different story.
私カラオケが超好きなんですよ。だからもう使いたくてうずうずしてるんです。
I see.
それじゃ
Are you taking requests? I can give you one if you want to get up there and sing.
ああ、それがあれってクリスマスなんかのイベントの時や貸し切りの時くらいしか使ってないみたいで。
Oh, okay.
あ、そうか。
Oh, really? Then yeah, I guess you wouldn't have much opportunity to use it.
だからイベントの時は来てくださいね。リクエストされたらたくさん歌っちゃいますから。
Fair enough.
な
You like karaoke that much, huh?
超好き。休みの日とか下手したら一日中歌ってるかも。
Dang. I don't know about you, but if you're able to sing an entire day off, all the power to you. That's some massive vocal cords. Because singing an entire day off, that sounds so strenuous and non-sustainable on your voice.
おいおい。
Wait, there's no way you can sing all day long. I'm suspicious too, Kiryu.
マジだし。朝開店したら速攻フリータイムで入って7時まで歌って適当にご飯食べたらオールナイトで次の日の朝までとか超余裕。
That's amazing. Not only can you have fun for all that time, but you can get people to stay with you for so long too.
まあそれは途中からでも暇な人呼んだりして入れ替わり立ち替わりで全員合わせると結構すごい人数になってるかも。
The more the merrier. It's fun to pass the mic around and do big group sing-alongs.
ああ、私そういうの無理。人が歌ってる時に割り込まれると超ムカつくし。
Yikes. She's a diva.
勝手にメドレー何曲も入れる人とかマジ空気読んでって感じ。
Yep, she's a diva. I guess we have different tastes. I totally empathize with you,
そろそ
Kiryu.
ろお時間となりますが
We definitely have different tastes from Hinata. That is not my jam.
桐生さん、よかったらまた。
She's certainly fit for this job, though. She likes the attention. Fair enough. Sorry, club. I'll try my hardest. Keep your chin up. Be professional. Yeah, she's not very professional. Not yet. She's very green.
いらっしゃいませ。
桐生さん、いらっし
Okay. Oh, right. I forgot about
ゃい
the
ます。
I forgot about the cologne. It's fine. Gold champagne. How's that?
本当にゴールドいただきました。
That's good enough. We can splurge a little. We're gonna kind of need it. That white screen.
ねえ、聞いて聞いて。
Uh huh.
なんだ
What is it?
あのね、私お店の中の順位が上がったの。
いいや
Keep at it. It's much harder to maintain your rank than to raise it. It's going to be tough.
ですよね。もっと頑張らなきゃ。
どうだ
So, what's your rank?
ぶっちゃけまだ20位なんですけど。
20? Keep at it. For a club this big, that's pretty good.
そうですか。早くナンバー嬢になりたいです。
Ooh, that impatience.
いいや
Don't try to rush things. You'll need help from your customers to make money, so you need to start by fostering relationships with them.
それじゃ桐生さん、私のランクアップに協力してくれますか？
あ
Sure. There's a certain thrill in helping a hostess you like move up in the ranks.
桐生さんさすが。それじゃあゴールドいっちゃいますか。
But we already did gold champagne. Oh, wow. That just... Okay.
すいません。
Wait. Are you... Wait, did you just order... Oh my goodness. You just double gold champagne me. Alright. That's new. Alright. Got another question for her likes.
え、好みって？
So she likes visual K. Alright. How about gifts?
それじゃあ
What do you want most right now?
服かな。
Fair
な
enough.
んだ
What kind of clothes?
どんなっていうか普段着る服。私あんまり種類持ってないからもっと着回せるようにいろいろあればいいなって。
That's fair.
なるほど
Ah. I always wear the same stuff, but I guess it's a little different for women. For women, I don't know about that, Kiryu. You're not a represent. You're not very representative of men either.
私めっちゃイケメン好きなんですよ。どんなに性格良くてお金持っててもブサイクな人はちょっと。
She's into looks.
そうか
I'm safe then. I know I look good.
桐生さんもイケメンですけど自分で俺かっこいいって思ってる人はうざいんであんまり言わない方がいいですよ。
Fair enough.
なるほど
I mean, the other choices were very Kiryu-like. Basically, there's more to guys than looks, and you're very superficial. So a guy has to be humble even if they know they're hot.
それで私若手のイケメンアイドルが超好きなの。イケメンが出てるミュージカルとか割とたくさん見に行ってますから。
な
There are good guys around here too. Pop star isn't going to date some random groupie after all.
付き合うとかそういうのはどうでもいいの。彼氏にしたくて貢いでるわけじゃないんですから。
Are you sure about that, Hinata? Where's your sense of humor? I thought hoping for a shot at romance with a pop star was part of the fun.
でね、この前私の好きなイケメンアイドルがこの店に来たんですよ。夜遊びするって知らなかったから超びっくり。
Lucky you. I bet as a fan you were blown away by getting to meet a famous star you idolize.
でもその人普段は超優等生でインタビューでは酒もタバコもやらないって言ってたのに、店じゃどっちもガンガンやってたんですよ。
I mean, you only care about looks, so what were you expecting?
なるほど
So he was lying in the interviews?
喋り方も違うし、なんかずっと不機嫌そうで、ちょっとショック。
いや
Looks can be deceiving. It's not about what's on the outside, it's what's on the inside that counts.
は？桐生さんさっき自分のことイケメンだって言ってたじゃん。
Oh, interesting. I guess so.
確かに信用しない方がいいかもね。言ってること守備一貫してないし。
That's pretty clever. So they set you up for her duality. Interesting. Yeah, she's very disagreeable. So, all right. Let's look at the romance.
恋愛観？
Yeah, she puts too much double standards. It's so disagreeable. Just stick to lecturing her, probably. What about behaviors you like?
そうですね。手招きされるとキュンとするかな。
She does the dialogue where she entraps you. So it's like a huge red flag. Entrapment is a huge red flag. Guilt tripping, like counting scores. So you counter that by just lecturing her too, I guess. My heart really starts racing if a guy beckons me over. So still superficial. Beckons you over?
なんかね、こっちおいでって手招きされると嬉しくてそっちに寄っていっちゃうんですよ。
That seems demeaning, don't you think?
だからいいんじゃないですか。年上の男の人から妹みたいに扱われてる感じがして。
Alright. Alright. But wouldn't you want to be treated more like his equal?
別にそういうのはないですね。その人と付き合いたいってわけでもないですし、可愛がってもらえればそれでいいです。
I guess that's one way to look at it.
桐生さん、レバ刺しって好き？
Liver sashimi. Interesting. Yeah, whenever I go out for yakiniku, that's usually what I wind up getting.
私もレバ刺し大好きなんですよ。
I had no idea.
そうか
Oh, really? I hear a lot of women do.
ですよね。女だけで焼肉行った時なんて一人一皿とか頼んでますから。
Okay. Oh, guess you really do like it.
貧血の時とか超鉄分欲しくなっちゃって。
Interesting. That is, that's a slight deep cut.
でも最近レバ刺しが食べられなくて辛いんですよ。
You haven't? Guess you'll have to tough it out. We have to wait until our raw meat is deemed safe enough to eat again.
そんなのやだ。安全じゃなくてもいいから食べたい。
You are such a spoiled brat. Wow, you really do like it. Guess you'll have to look for some place where it's still available. I guess there was some sort of food safety issue I'm not aware of in 2013?
桐生さんいい店知らない？
いや
No, it's been a while since I've been back in Tokyo. I'm not really up to date on things.
そうなんだ。カムロ町ならどこかそういうお店ありそうなんですけどね。
そうだな
Maybe I can keep an eye out for you. Oh, we. I don't know.
かしこまりました。
I don't know about that.
桐生さん今日は超楽しかった。
Ooh wee. Oh gee.
いらっしゃいませ。
Okay. Yeah, I know.
何頼みます？
I didn't bring this good stuff. Old champagne to make up for it. Alright?
ゴールドいただきました。乾杯。初めて会った時から思ってたんですけど、桐生さんってすっごく覚えやすい顔してますよね。一度見たら忘れないっていうか。
そうか
Really?
一度会った人に次会った時には忘れられてるとかいうことないんじゃないですか
That's just not true, but nah,
いや
that's not true. When I'm here in town, the same punks always try to mess with me. If they recognize me, they know better by now. That is so true. The last, what? How many years now? Last, like, 8 years? Yes, 8 years.
そうなんだ。私も毎回同じキャッチから声かけられてムカついてるの。いい加減顔を覚えろっつうの。
Yeah, it happens.
私はね、お客さんの顔を覚えるの超得意なの。顔見れば、あ、この人、この前あれ話してた人だってすぐに思い出せるの。
I know, because that's what you focus on.
おお
Impressive. I'm not sure I can even remember all the things I've talked about.
そうなんですか？じゃあ桐生さんは私が話したこと全部忘れちゃってるんですね。
おいおい
I'm fine when it comes to work. I remember everything I need. As a taxi driver, I have regular passengers who I recognize on sight. I don't even need to ask when they're where they're going.
嘘、本当に？
What is that? Is that a question or is that a some passengers have specific routes they want me to take? I have to remember a lot of details so as not to upset them.
そうなんだ。じゃあ私もまだまだですね。それじゃあもっとたくさん覚えられるように頑張る。
Do your best. Alright, we can ask her about the last like. We did music and gifts.
好みって何？
Food.
それじゃあ
Yakiniku? I mean, she already mentioned liver sashimi,
ホルモンとか
right? That checks out. Yakiniku.
最近貝にハマってますね。
Shellfish.
ほらコンビニに売ってるじゃないですか。ホタテとかつぶ貝とか酒のおつまみ系のやつ。
俺もだ。
Got a crunchy texture that makes them addicting. Ooh, that sounds delicious.
そうそう小腹が空いた時にちょっとつまむつもりが気づいたら一袋丸々食べちゃってたとかありすぎて困る。
Like the seafood, like the dry seafood snacks. I know how that goes. I bet you and I could have a great night out drinking.
うーん
What are you looking at?
あごめんなさいちょっとつぶやき見てただけ。
なんだ。
Is that an internet thing? Wow, that's the first time. That's unique. The times are changing, man. She checked her cell phone.
うん今みんな何してるのかなって思って。
Right now. Right now. Right this very moment.
なるほど。
Young people are always messing around on their phones nowadays. I always see people at dinner who don't even bother to look up at each other.
あるある。
The generation gap thing. Back when I was your age, I don't think we even had cell phones.
本当ですか？携帯ないとか信じらんないんですけど。
Freaking Zoomers, I tell you.
いや、
Honestly, yes, man. Even I can say that. I could even say there was a time when there weren't cell phones. Holy heck. The times, man. Well, I don't understand why you youngsters can't keep your mitts off of them.
私ね携帯依存症なの。ぼーっとしてるってことができなくて少しでも時間が空くとすぐに携帯いじっちゃうの。
I mean, I can empathize with her now, though. Since I'm a millennial, I'm a transitional generation. I chose to embrace technology as opposed to rejecting it. Sounds like an addiction, so it's a time waster. Aren't you on the clock now?
おいおい。
Sounds like an addiction, alright. You sure try to rein in your use, don't you think?
そんな風に言わなくてもいいじゃないですか。桐生さんだってタバコ我慢できないでしょ。
That's a fair point. But that's accusational. But that's that's a big red flag. That's a whataboutism. There's a really deep cut about whataboutisms. They are non-constructive. They are typically negative, and they deflect. And those typically are really terrible in one-on-one conversations. So, for example, if someone says like, "Oh man, I don't get it. I suck at this game." It's like there are a lot of people that, but what about all the other people that had to work hard and get better at a game they suck at? That's a whataboutism. You're deflecting, and you're using it as a way to justify something else, which they're entirely irrelevant. It's absolutely entirely irrelevant that Kiryu smokes and have trouble quitting smoking, comparing to her thing regarding her addiction to cell phones. Now you can compare and contrast the things, but she's deflecting the attention from the fact that she might be developing addiction to her cell phone. Now instead, what she did was she brought down Kiryu to her level, and now they both have an addiction that they don't particularly like, I suppose. I don't actually know what Kiryu's stance on his smoking thing, but yeah, that's one of the worst techniques to further a conversation or to win an argument by not actually even arguing or talking about the topic at hand. It's a deflection. And that's very popularized by very noteworthy politicians in the last couple years. Maybe not. I can't smoke when I'm driving, so if I have a long shift, I get a bit cranky.
でしょ？それと同じ。
It's not the same, obviously. When she says C, she thinks she's making a point, but she's making an irrelevant point.
なるほど。
I know where you're coming from now. You need to take quick breaks from work to stay focused.
そうそうそう。桐生さん話わかる？
What Kiryu said is true. What she said was irrelevant. So Kiryu is being the more insightful person. Like, instead of deflecting and blaming Kiryu, she could use an analogy that's personal to her to reach an understanding with Kiryu. Instead, she accused Kiryu of having a habit equivalent to hers. But typically, most people would say no, it's not the same. Like, rarely can you make that leap of logic. You're more than likely to fail in a conversation if you make leaps of logic and accuse people of things in order to form analogies or a point of empathy. It's not to say it can't succeed. I mean, in this case, Kiryu, it would succeed with Kiryu. But if you're willing to take a gamble, you are going to alienate more people than form empathy. Just don't do it so much that you wind up getting your customers upset with you for it. I mean, Kiryu is great. He has a heart of gold. But in general, she would have lost a customer just now. I mean, honestly, like, if that's how she makes debates and arguments, it brings both the people down, as opposed to being strong about her own behavior. Okay. Hobbies only have one response, so she talked about behavior, right? We asked her about behavior already. Oh, when she gets beckoned. Age preferences.
守備範囲？
Young, probably.
年下は嫌かも。
Really? No.
他は別に。年上でも同い年でも。
Interesting. Even though she went on about the whole young pop star thing.
なるほど。
I see. So age isn't that important to you.
だって結局は性格が合うかどうかとかそういうところが重要なわけでしょ？だったら年齢なんてどうでもよくないですか？
Yeah, but that doesn't actually include looks. You're changing your story, Missy. I mean, and it still matters. Like, all of it matters. Like, prioritizing stuff just means you're ignoring a piece of the person.
ちょっと待て。
It still matters. A big age gap brings with it a big difference in values. Could you date someone from your parents' generation? I say no. Starting with the cell phone.
考え方なんて違っててもいいじゃないですか。むしろそういう人の方が私には面白いし。
That's absolute BS. Because she gets upset when someone disagrees with her.
あ、でも桐生さんみたいに細かいことにこだわる人はちょっと合わないかもね。
Whoa. Yeah, wow. That is a deal breaker right there. For a moment, I thought she may not get along with people who disagree with her, but she just accused Kiryu. Yikes. That is really gross. Well then.
桐生さんは家から職場は近いんですか？
All of it matters. Like, you're prioritizing something, so you're just gonna ignore a part of the person. That's so narrow-minded. It's not about what's better or what's best. It's about having a perspective of the whole person. Like, oh yeah, your looks don't matter. because it's about what's inside. It's like they both matter. It's both. You're literally saying it's logical to ignore something about the person. I mean, I don't know about you, but going up to someone and saying, "Oh, that part of you, it doesn't matter." See how that works out for the most part, right? You could agree with a person, but if you're a pragmatist, you wouldn't agree. Everything is important. Do you live near your work? I mean, he definitely yeah, he does.
いいなあ。私ここから家まで電車で1時間くらいかかるんですけど、疲れてると家まで帰るのが面倒だったりするんですよね。
See, this is the thing. She says, like, what if the people have different values, and every time, you know what? Let's find out. 1 hour isn't so bad. At least in the morning, the trains are empty and you can get a seat.
私電車で座ると確実に寝るんですよ。だからいつも必ず立ってるようにしてるんです。
Yep. See? She counter argues. That's full of baloney. She's so argumentative. She's argumentative to the point she self-contradicts herself. That's a healthy attitude. But if I sit, that's why I make sure to stand? Oh. Why not get some sleep? Yeah. Why not get some sleep? I'll keep you from getting so tired. It'll keep you from getting so tired at work.
ダメですよ。私一度寝たらマジ起きないんですから。
There you go. You don't wake up when you arrive at your station?
ないない。目覚ましかけてもダメなんですから。
Keep making excuses, lady.
心地よくてすごくよく眠れちゃうんですよ。
Keep making excuses.
ぐるぐる回ってるから終点で車掌さんに起こされることもないし、ホテル山手マジ便利。
You be a nuisance? I'll say. That sounds nice. Plus, at this time of year, the inside of the train are all heated.
そうそう、家にいるよりよっぽど経済的。何時間でも乗ってられちゃいますよ。
Yeah, you're only happy when someone agrees with you. I feel like, well, we've lost the plot here. We certainly did.
そろそろお時間となりますが。
Yikes.
かしこまりました。
Yeah, difficult personality. We were warned, right?
今日もありがとう。
We were warned. We were warned. Get that Riku and Shion vibes. But no backstory. Yes, I know. I don't come with cologne. Here's some gold champagne. Oops.
Kanpai.
私ずっと気になってたことがあるんですけど、
なんだ。
入り口の料金表にラストって書いてあるじゃないですか。あれ、なんでああいう風に書いてあるか知ってます？
No, why? I don't stay out drinking until closing time much anymore, so I've never noticed.
あれ、お客さんの入り具合によってその日の閉店時間がまちまちだからそう書いてるのかなと思ったんですけど、どうやら本当は1時までしか営業しちゃいけないかららしいですね。
そうだな。
Wow, if you say that you're usually open until 1 o'clock, customers might assume you're not open any later, and then they won't come.
でも1時以降も内緒で営業してるんですよね。キャバクラって健全なイメージがあったからちょっとびっくりしました。
You're right. That's why for the last few years, cabaret clubs have been open during the day since they can't be open all night.
ああ、なるほど。そういう事情からだったんですね。この前いきなり警察の人がやってきて営業時間過ぎてるからダメって言われて急遽店じまいすることになっちゃったんですよ。
Interesting. They can only open till 1.
日向で
Did anything happen to you?
ええ、ただその後帰宅しようにも終電がなくてしょうがないからネカフェにでも行こうかなって思ったら店長から電話が来て
You can crash at a net cafe?
すぐに営業再開するから戻っておいでって。
Wow.
なんだと。
Unbelievable. If you'd been caught again, they would have shut this place down for good.
ですよね。そしたら私たちも全員クビですからこっちの身にもなってほしいですよ。
Alright.
それじゃあ
So what did you do? Did you go back?
そうなんですけどもうタクシーに乗って帰宅しちゃった子も多くて。
そうか。
I guess they never expected they'd be asked to come back, huh?
それでね、そんな時にわざわざ来てくれたお客さんもいてしかも私のことすっごく気に入ってくれたんですよ。
Alright. So silver lining?
それなのにキャストの数が足りなくてマイナス営業だったから席を離れなきゃいけなくてでその間にお客さん怒って帰っちゃった。
That's the manager's fault. You should have told the clients they didn't need to pay until the girls got there and give them free drinks.
なるほど、桐生さん頭いい。
Okay. If that was the case, the club should have cut off admissions so they didn't wind up with more customers than they could handle.
あの日はみんなテンパってたからな。店長もそこまで気が回らなかったのかも。
Guess it was a good learning experience. Alright. Third question.
そうだ。
恋愛観？
What was it? The requirements for men.
どうだ。
タバコ吸わない人マジ意味わかんない。
Okay. Anything else?
それじゃあ
That can't be the only thing.
じゃあモテる人。
Who's got game? Game?
そうそう、魅力がある人って自然と周りに人が集まってるでしょ。そういう人が好き。
Fair enough.
なるほど。
Do you like to be in that inner circle too? I wouldn't have taken you to be such a fangirl.
いいじゃん、誰からも相手にされてない人なんて私が好きになる理由もないし。
That's fair.
そうか。
I guess you have a point.
桐生さん、コーヒーと紅茶だったらどっちが好き？
I don't actually know. Guess he's more of a coffee person, huh?
そうだな。
I drink it during break at work all the time.
ああ、私も仕事してる時だったらそうかな。眠い時はコーヒーの方がいいもんね。
Yes. Coffee is a stimulant.
どうだ。
Do you normally prefer tea then?
私、紅茶がとにかく好きなんです。毎日10杯ぐらい飲んでますよ。
That's a lot of tea.
おお。
Wow, you must be a real tea connoisseur.
もちろんちゃんと紅茶教室に通って勉強してるんですから。
You know what doesn't check out on this? She has a habit of liking the same thing over and over again, yet she's okay to trying variety of tea? That's an interesting thing.
何
Classes for tea? What do they teach?
美味しい紅茶の入れ方とか。お湯は必ず沸騰したてで、ティーポットも鉄製のは使っちゃダメとか、そういうの。
Interesting. I should give that a try sometime.
でしょう。そういうの勉強してうちでティーパーティー開くのが目標なんです。桐生さんもやってみない？絶対楽しいですよ。
I have nobody to invite. Might be nice. Being able to serve guests as master of the house seems quite dignified.
奥様方なんかはよくやってそうですけど、男の人は普通やんないですからね。
That is a sexist comment, but I can see it from the Japanese perspective. Well, getting the place settings and stuff ready would be a hassle. Maybe I'll just do it once. Now we're about her, right? Yes.
ひなた
はあ。
What's your best feature? What? Oh, what's your favorite part of your body?
足の長さとか？
Okay.
何
Oh, how long are they?
85センチ。
Okay.
それじゃ
And how tall are you?
160ちょうど。
Fairly short. Log legs. 80 over half? Huh.
あなるほど
So your legs are longer than your torso. That is pretty impressive.
でしょう。結構自信あるんだ。
Alright. Fair enough.
私あんまり服を持ってないんですよ。
I do know. I asked what kind of gift you have, and you said clothes. Just normal clothes for mix and matching, you know? Or what kind of gifts she want. Really, you strike me as very fashionable.
全然ほんと必要最低限しか持ってなくて、うっかりクリーニング出すの忘れたりすると着るものなくてほんと大変なんですよ。
That is true. He doesn't own many clothes. She does like being dotted on, right?
それじゃ
Maybe I could buy you some things. Perhaps an outfit or two that you like.
気持ちは嬉しいんですけど、
Here comes that butt.
私部屋が狭くてクローゼットもないんですよ。服があってもそんなにしまえなくて。だからたくさん
That sounds
買わ
like
ない
an
ようにしてるんで
excuse.
す。
That sounds like an
な
excuse.
るほど
More excuse. Ah, so that's
こ
why.
の仕事もドレスだからなんとか成り立ってますけど、私服で接客する店とかだったらアウトですね。
I know. So, I'm doing pretty well. Thanks for asking. Hope you're doing well.
あ
Have to wear a uniform for work too. It's nice to not have to worry about fashion.
でしょ？私服でいいよとか言われても丁重にお断りしますって感じ。
Fair enough. I actually like to see that.
これでもし太ったりしたら持ってる服全部着られなくなりますから、体型の維持が割と命がけですよ。
お
That's good. Most people only notice they've gotten fat when it's too late. It's great to manage your weight proactively.
まあおかげで服にお金使わなくて助かってますけどね。
なるほど
Good point. Having a small amount of clothing isn't necessarily a bad thing after all. I'll keep that in mind to myself.
でもたくさん持てるんだったら持ちたいですよ。私の場合しょうがなく節約してるだけで。
You can put that money to use towards other interest. I mean, that is fair.
そろそろお時間となりますが。
Life's going pretty alright. Thanks for asking. Glad to hear you're doing well.
かしこまりました。
桐生さん、
Alright.
今日もありがとう。
So this will be the date on rank C. We don't actually know what her conflict is at the moment. Like what her sub-story thing is gonna be. So let's walk around, wait for the call. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be Theater Square. Let's just head on over to Theater Square. We're just at the pastime. And push people over onto the floor. Maybe she's different? Did they swap it up? Oh, no, there it is. Yep. Free time. Theater Square. Nailed it. There she is. Oh, Kitty-san. Sorry to keep you waiting for a few seconds.
会いたかったよ。
That's alright. I've been hoping to see you. There was stuff I wanted to talk to you about. Let's go hang out for a bit. Okay, shall we get going? Alright, time for the casual stroll and talk. You know, I've been fascinated with hostesses since I was little. My grade school graduation essay was even about how I dreamed of becoming one in the future. Since you were a little girl, weren't you a bit young to know about that? No way, I saw stuff about it on TV all the time. Honestly, I never really gave much thought to any other line of work. Then that means you're already living the dream, doesn't it? Yeah, exactly. I put together a resume, went in for an interview, and that was that. It was almost too easy. Is it really a dream if you didn't have to do anything difficult to get it? Guess it might still be. But then, you've got your whole life ahead of you, without anything to work for. That's why, at least for now, I'm aiming to be #1 girl at the club. It's good to have goals. People can't grow if they never challenge themselves. Right. Hey, while we're at it, do you want me to set a goal for you, Kiryu-san? Goal for me. What does that mean? That means you're going to help me become the #1 girl. How's that sound? Don't be ridiculous. It's your job to make me want to do that.
え
But you do still want me to become #1, don't you? Not really. Oh, come on. Everyone needs goals in life, right? I think you're better off helping me out than you are doing nothing? I suppose that is a sort of perseverance you need to make your dreams come true. Yikes. Did you come to Kamurocho much before you started working here? Oh yeah, I come here to sing karaoke a lot. I came all the way from Saitama just for karaoke. This was always the easiest place for my online friends to meet up, so we wound up gathering here. My local friends would never come all the way out here. Online friends. I suppose that's pretty typical these days, isn't it? In sheer numbers, I have way more online friends than I do from school. You don't say. So because of that, Kamurocho is less of a nightlife spot and more where I hang out during the day. Fair enough. Times have changed. Back in my day, this wasn't the sort of place where respectable people would hang out so casually. That is an absolute deep cut. Because we played out the last, 33 years. Played out over 33 years of this place. Really? When did that start to change? Huh. That's a good question. I wonder. I was away for a long time, so I don't know much about what happened during my absence. 15 years. He was away for 15 years. Oh, actually, 10 years. Yeah, 10 years. He's about to go to jail for another 3 years, actually. Oh, right. You moved to Okinawa, didn't you? Yeah, he also peaced out. Peaced out 6 years ago? Yeah, 6 years ago to Okinawa. No, that was much more recent. I'm talking about a time much further in my past. Yeah, the 10-year prison sentence. Hey, are you keeping secrets from me? I'll just say there was a time when I was away from Kamurocho for 10 years. And after that time, it's natural for the town to have changed. Hey, not so fast. You can't just dodge the question like that. Yeah, it's the prison. Millennium Tower. Fitting. End stop. I've actually never been up there before. I've always wanted to, though. The Millennium Tower? The view from the rooftop is amazing, especially at night when you're fisticuffing with like 8 billion people and thwarting a bomb. Also getting shot up by a chopper equipped with a machine gun. Getting hit by casually destroying choppers with rocket launchers. And yeah, Kiryu knows about Millennium Tower. You've been up there, Kiryu-san? Wow. Yeah, and you can too. If you want to go to the top that badly, you should just go. I know, it's always been a matter of poor timing. Whenever I try to go, some sort of accident has happened. It was closed to the public. Kiryu was part of every one of those accidents. Huh. I'm sure it's okay now. You should try to go again. Yeah, I guess you're right. Oh, here's the conflict. Someone she knows? Oh, hey, it's Aimi-chan. You know her. She works at the club. She started a little after I did. So you have seniority over her? Well, yeah, but... Wait, is that one of our customers with her? Looks like they're out on a date. Darn, she's really good at nabbing clients. If I don't up my game, she's gonna outrank me soon. Okay. So we got to the crux of her sub-story. Don't stress over it. You're already on your way up. Just do at your own pace. Right. That didn't sound so confident. Yep. That siren. That's always there on a timer in Kamurocho. Famous? Kiryu's famous at Club Elise? What the heck? Actually, right now, something's happening at the Millennium Tower. Right this moment. We're right before the finale, where we duke it out on the Millennium Tower. Okay.
桐生 ってたよ。
え
いつもありがとね。キリ
Yes, yes, yes. So
何頼みます？
we didn't get it. Here's some gold champagne to offset it. All right.
ゴールドいただきました。
Break out the bottle. That's a very old bottle of champagne.
乾
If you
杯。
caught the glimpse of the year on that bottle.
この前街で見かけたあいみちゃんって子覚えてます？
Right.
あ
Yeah. What about her?
なんていうかすごい人気なんですよ。私あっという間に順位抜かれちゃいました。
いいや
Don't worry about it. You can't let yourself be concerned with other people. Just do your best.
でもそれじゃいつまでたってもあいみちゃんに勝てませんよ。私ももっと頑張らないと。
What's your rank right now?
ナンバー10です。
Wow, she gained 10 ranks since the beginning of our talk because she said she was 20. Sounds like you're trying hard, but from here, only girls with real ability can get ahead. It's only going to get harder from here on out.
そうなんですよね。だから私もっとシフト増やそうかなって。
So what happens when we disagree with her, right?
いいや
Don't do that. If your rank still doesn't go up, then what are you going to do? You can't take on more shifts.
え、それはどうしよう。
Rest and keep going.
ちょっと待て
It's not good to overdo it. You have the opportunity now to try a number of different things, so you have to give it some serious thought.
桐生さんはしっかりしてますね。私今月は残り全部出勤にするつもりでしたけど、やっぱり考え直そうかな。
All the available shifts this month? Dang. This is the work hard versus the work smart thing. I don't think the owner would even okay that.
でも
I
そう
hope.
いう風に後輩に抜かれて悔しいって思ってるの私だけじゃないんですよね。
I mean, Kiryu knows the owner. It's Akiyama. I don't think Akiyama would be okay with that.
考えてみれば今まで私が抜いてきた先輩たちもみんな思ってるわけで、ひょっとしたら私嫌われてるかも。
いいや
Don't worry about it. You need to keep aiming for the top. And don't look down.
さっきから気にするなばっかり。
I mean, yeah.
あんまり自己中なことしてると周りから反感買ってひどい目に遭いますよ。
I mean, what you just said is selfish and narcissistic too, but that's what you do. So you lean on what you do and stop focusing on pretending to be something you're not. Doing what you want is the best way to avoid regrets later. I've never worried about what other people think. That's a little rough. That's a binary thing. There's no way around that. She was in a self-pitying mood, so can't really reason with that. I don't think there was a out on that one.
恋愛観？
Oh, we already asked all these. So which one worked pretty okay? We already asked about all these. I forgot if we did or not.
守備範囲？
This is where she says, younger, not younger.
なるほど
だって
We tried it still matters, but I guess we just agree with her.
あ、私ねえ桐生さん、
なんだ
About what?
私最近太ったと思う？
Have I put on weight recently? I don't know. I can't tell. No.
いや
You don't look particularly different. I think you look like you normally do.
それって前から太ってるってことじゃん。ちょっとショック。やっぱりダイエットしないとダメかな。
Just keep telling yourself whatever you want to hear, because it's irrelevant most of the time what Kiryu says. She'll just gaslight. What do you normally eat?
私、結
Liver
構小食
sashimi?
で1日1食しか食べないんですよ。
Oh. You need to eat more. Wow, really? I can't imagine you get fat by doing that.
あ、でも私、紅茶をよく飲んでるんですよね。お菓子も一緒に食べたり。
I mean, you're eating sweets with it, right?
おいおい
There's your problem. You wouldn't put on weight if you didn't keep snacking.
じゃあ紅茶飲む量減らした方がいいのかな。
Well, you can try to drink tea without the sweets.
いや
The tea's not the issue, it's the sweets. I don't know what you're eating, but whatever it is, it can't be good.
まあケーキとか。
Pastries, of course. Cakes and scones, of course.
あ、最近アイスにハマってます。
And into ice cream. Wonderful. You need to stop right away. You sure eat a lot. How's that one smallish meal a day?
甘いものは別腹ですよ。私ご飯はほんと少ししか食べられないんですから。
I mean, the last time I checked, desserts are part of meals, but I guess that's not the case for her. You should definitely fix that first, then. Alright, about her sub, right? I don't even... did we go through these?
はあ。
Nope. We got two more. Her feature were her legs.
な
She has long legs. Any special
う
talents?
ん、部屋の片付けかな。他人が散らかした部屋とか見ると無性に片付けたくなって仕方ないのよね。
That is a special talent. A desire to clean up rooms? Nice. Girls who are good at domestic chores are pretty desirable. Whoa. That's a little sus.
でしょ。無駄なものは買わない主義だから、
Agreeable.
とにかくお金も貯まるし。
Mm-hmm.
うちね、家が狭いから少しでもスペースを有効活用しようと思っていろいろ努力してたら、いつの間にか超収納上手になっちゃって。
Yeah, and you use it as a crutch to accuse other people and then excuse yourself for having a small wardrobe.
そしたら最近お母さんまで私に任せっきりでズボラになってきちゃって。
Okay. It's good you're taking care of your parents.
あ、そうそう、ちょっと聞いてくださいよ。
Oh, okay.
なんだ
What's up?
私あんまりホストとか好きじゃないんですけど、最近友達がハマってるから仕事帰りに何度か付き合ってあげてるんですよ。
Ask if you worked as a host before? I mean, the type of host at a cabaret club with hostesses. Sounds like a costly friendship. You're a good friend. It's like when guys hang out and go to a cabaret club.
そうそう、一人で飲んでも寂しいし。
It's definitely great to have conversation over drinks.
でね、この前仕事休みの日だったんですけど、買い物の途中で友達が飲みに行きたいって言うから予定変更してお店に行ったんですよ。そしたらね、入り口で魚みたいな顔した男があいにく今日は満席でしてとか言うからもう超頭きちゃって。
You should have waited. How's his face relevant? Yeah, that is some there's some spice and malice behind that.
俺もだ。
I know the feeling. I get pretty annoyed when I go out for drinks, but the place is too packed to get in.
そうじゃないんですって。
Oh yeah? What's the issue?
店はもうガラガラってくらい席空いてたんですよ。
Oh, okay.
あ
Oh. Why they say they were full up then?
その時は私服だったし、仕事の時みたいにメイクも派手じゃなかったから、きっとこいつら金持ってないって思われたんですよ。
That's reading into it. So they kept you out? Your usual makeup is too flashy? I don't think your usual makeup is too flashy. So they kept you out. Ah.
なんだと
So they kept you out. Interesting.
本当ありえなくない？普段仕事帰りの時は超笑顔でどうぞどうぞとか言ってるくせに。
That's not right. Some clothes have a dress code, but you aren't breaking it. They should let you in.
でしょ？もう頭きたからそれ以来その店には行ってないんだ。
Then don't.
うちはその点店の方針で比較的緩いんですよね。たまにすごい格好してくるお客さんもいますし、帰った後でみんなあれ見たとか話してるし。
You are such a narcissist.
分かった。
I'll be careful what I wear then.
そろそろお時間となります。
Yeah, we're gonna need an extension on this one.
応援ちょうだい。
Because she's a pep. Alright. TMI. This isn't gonna go well. TMI time. What are our choices?
そういえば、
はい？
Are you a Dom or a sub? Oh boy, here we go.
どうだ。
はあ、どっちでもないし。
Neither? Okay. Explain.
いや、
Well, if you had to pick one or the other, which would it be? Kiryu, no, I wanted to hear our explanation, Kiryu.
そういうの自分から言う人ってうざくないですか？女性にセクハラしといて自分 S だからとか言ってごまかす人、それただの犯罪だし。
There's so much irony in someone who views the world in binary to criticize self-identity on being binary when it comes to behavior. Like, she literally excuses herself for being something by using euphemisms and like identity all the time. That is crazy. Alright. I can see you don't like this conversation topic. Fair enough. I mean, it's TMI. Oh, hey, look. Back on your phone again. Guess you never learn.
あ、今ね、ちょっとネットオークション見てたの。
Uh-huh. Yeah. Go on. In auction.
うん、海外の有名なブランドの食器セットが欲しいんですけど、普通に買うとすごく高いから少しでも安く買えないかなって探してたの。
Fair enough.
そうか。
そしたらすごくいいのを見つけたんですけど。
But I don't know where either of these responses are going.
なんだ。
Go ahead and buy it.
それがちょっと予算オーバーしてて。
That's too bad. But you'll find something else?
かなり探してやっと見つけたんですよ。きっともう他にはありませんよ。
The other response is negative too.
桐生
You
さ
don't
ん。
like being doubted on, like, in a very specific way. Because she'll make some excuse for any, pushing any form of help away. So, will you buy this for me? Oh, okay. Guess I have to.
じゃあ桐生さん代わりに入札してください。
Okay.
なあ、
How do I do that?
桐生さんのアカウントでログインして入札すればいいんですよ。
ちょっと待て。
My account.
ちょっと今更何言ってるんですか。もう終了まで時間ないんですから急がないと。
すまない。
Sorry.
グラスからですけどどうします？
Yep, let's just call this a day and just order some champagne, right?
本当に？ゴールドいただきました。
Holy heck. She's bottom. Like, incredibly, easily the worst of all the hostesses. Yeah, man. Incredibly disagreeable. Almost,
乾杯。
almost belligerently made to be... Yeah, we're leaving. We don't have any more questions. She's almost made intentionally to be so subversive. Like, it's almost deliberately written to be subversive.
待ってる。
She's almost comically disagreeable. We're just securing the rank. Alright. Let's see what other issues she have where she excuses everything and then blames you for not
いらっしゃい
understanding.
ませ。
And then being argumentative the entire time. Whenever you offer a form of sympathy. Yes, I know. Actually, you know what? Go with it. Champagne Tower it is. Let's go. 1 million yen. Just take it away.
それではシャンパンタワー行ってみましょう。あー、綺麗ですね。はい、どうもありがとうございました。拍手。すごい。
乾杯。お疲れ。あのね、桐生さん。
なんだ。
Yeah.
あいみちゃんのことなんだけど、最近どうしてあんなに成績上がったのか分かっちゃったの。
Let me guess. You heard gossip or a rumor that might turn out to be correct or not correct, which we'll find out at the end of rank A, that she's been sleeping with her clients.
何？
Oh, how's that?
それがね、あいみちゃん、お客さんに枕してたの。
Meaning what?
だから枕営業してたってことです。それくらいわかるでしょ。
あ、ああ。なあ。
So, how did you find this out? Very excellent question, Kiryu.
あいみちゃんがお客さんとホテルに入っていくところ見ちゃったから。
Okay. I mean, that is a possibility at the hotel district for sure.
なるほど。
On the act, I see. Well, Kiryu, not really caught in the act. Caught in the process of the act.
うちの店、枕は禁止ってルールがあるの。簡単にやれる店だって噂が立つと、店の品位が落ちちゃうから。
Right. But you don't know they slept together. They did enter a hotel together. And we know for sure that Kiryu has been in certain situations where it's not what it appears.
あ
Yeah, the real thrill with hostesses is getting as close to the line as you can without actually crossing it. Because once that line is crossed, the customer probably won't come back.
ですよね。私、あいみちゃんのこと勝手にライバルだと思ってたんですけど、私だけ頑張ってるのがなんだかバカらしくなってきちゃった。
That is a really weird way of... That's what you got out of this? Man, that's a really weird way of thinking about it. Alright.
もうナンバーワンとかどうでもいいです。
You should do what
おいおい。
you're giving up? I thought being number one girl was your dream.
そうですけど、あんなことやられたら絶対追いつけないし。
いい
That's not true. He says sleeping with clients is against club policy, right? If the club finds out, you have to let her go. Actually, everything she's doing, like, this is so counterintuitive, right? They just discussed and agreed that the perspective is if she sleeps with her clients, it would cross the line, and across the line would have a detrimental return, diminished return on her in the club. So inherently, as a competitor, I thought she was going with the idea of principles, right? Right. It doesn't mean the same thing anymore, but she's really literally talking about competing with her of what she's doing. That's only riskier. It only makes her have to honestly work harder in a way, both mentally and physically. Like if we're talking about pragmatism, the way the loops and the hoops and the drama and the stuff that person has to juggle. So there's no realistic or reasonable way of arguing with how papega she is right now on how to interpret how to get to number one. In this case, the only thing I'm thinking of, pragmatically speaking, is you just have to outlast her. You don't even have to work hard. You just have to outlast someone who's cutting corners.
それじゃ私が勝ったことにならないじゃない。自分の力で勝たないと意味ないですよ。
But then I'm not beating her in a fair fight? That sort of victory is meaningless? Okay. You want to earn the number one spot fair and square, huh? That'll be tougher to achieve.
それでもいい。簡単に叶っちゃったら夢じゃないもん。
Whatever you say. I suppose that's true. For you. Do we run the risk? Yeah, let's learn. We got one more thing about herself, right? Oh, Hinata, man. You have any siblings? Probably only child?
うん、妹と弟が。
Oh.
私一番上なの。
Oh, she's the oldest. My first thought is you don't seem like it. That's certainly true. You don't seem like it. You give off the impression of being an only child. Actually, more like the youngest child. Either or. It is more likely her personality is representative, like statistically representative of an only child or a youngest child. But that doesn't mean it is like guaranteed. It's just, it's more likely to be associated with that.
ああ、よく言われる。でもそれ多分桐生さんが相手だからですよ。
Okay. What do you mean?
普段うちじゃ私がお姉ちゃんだから外では他の人に思いっきり甘えることにしてるの。
I see. Fair enough. So she puts on a different mask. Okay, I see. And now doubt on you all you want. Not that she likes that, because all it did was blow back in our face every time.
本当に？やった！
She wants something, but all the behavior that is due to that want gets deflected. She refuses to be dotted on, yet she wants to be dotted on. I might regret this. I'm there with you, Kiryu. I am there with you.
私かっこいい男性と付き合いたいって思っても結婚したいとか子供が欲しいとかって全然思わないんですよね。
Well, you're in trouble. Because if you want to date a hot guy, there's a really good chance that guy will have multiple interests. And if you're not committed to being committed, the likelihood is that guy is going to leave you. Generally speaking. You don't want to get married. I guess there are lots of people who prefer single life.
なんかそういうのじゃなくて男の人とエッチなことをするのが嫌なの。キスをするのも嫌なくらいだし。
It's always with the exceptions or like the contradictions. It's so exhausting how contrary, she's like a contrarian by habit. It's so ironic because she just got angry at Kiryu for being nitpicky, and everything that comes out of her mouth comes with a double standard or an exception.
何
Why is that?
どうしてってなんか気持ち悪いじゃないですか。
Alright. Maybe you're a germaphobe? That's kind of a leap of logic. I mean, she does like cleaning her room, but I don't think she made any indicator that she's worried about personal hygiene up until this point.
桐生さんはやっぱり自分の彼女とはそういうことしたい？
Does Kiryu? I mean, I guess, yes. Yeah, and not just girlfriends? Wait, is that like a Majima thing? Of course. And are sexual creatures, after all.
まあそうですよね。私もそれが普通だと思いますし。
Uh-huh.
だから付き合う人にはいつもそういうことがしたいんだったら他の子と付き合うか風俗行けって言ってるんです。
Wow.
いや
You shouldn't be dating. It's going to be hard to find someone willing to go out with you while being okay with your terms.
そんなことないですよ。一緒にいるだけで幸せってこともあるじゃないですか。
Can't someone be happy simply? It can. But what Kiryu said is absolutely the truth. Like, you can keep self-gaslighting yourself, but you're gonna set yourself up for emotional distress the rest of your life. It's a big empathy point. I can actually empathize with what she's trying to say, but it does not change the reality. The reality is what Kiryu says, and to accept that reality makes it so that you're less upset. You're spending this whole time being upset and being insecure about it because you can't accept the reality. It does not mean that Kiryu is implying that people can't be happy with just simply being with someone else. She's assuming that it's doing the little binary thing where if Kiryu says something opposite, he's saying the opposite is false. It's such a characteristic, like, binary response. I
俺もだ
know what you mean. I lived with a woman for nearly 6 months and we never did anything. It's true. Kiryu has been with a lot of women, actually. And just to help them. And he liked it. He had a mutual fondness, yeah. But we still felt a mutual fondness for each other. I don't feel bad about any of it.
でしょ？私も好きな人とはそういう関係になりたいんですよ。桐生さんなら大丈夫かもね。
I absolutely dislike when this is true for Riku and Shion when they just write C. That's a confirmation bias. So here's a double standard here. Here's like a slight deep cut. In order for her to say C, like I told you so, Kiryu has to be compassionate enough to understand alternatives and other perspectives. But she wants other people to understand alternative perspectives, yet she keeps projecting a singular perspective. So she will continuously, if this was like, say, an actual human being, right? If she continues to project that, she will only encounter friction most of the time. And when she surrounds herself, most people will be in disagreement with her. Because she's projecting something that people have to agree with. So the people around her are only going to stay around if they agree with her. And ironically, she wants conscientious people who agree with different perspectives, like because it's necessary to be agreeable to her. But she's gonna surround herself with single-minded people. It's gonna be a tough life, an incredibly tough life. She can't compromise until she understands that the reality is her understanding of statistics and likelihood is erroneous. It's just not common. And being able to understand that makes one a lot more emotionally stable. But instead, she's just gonna run around projecting her frustrations because she doesn't want to accept reality. It's pretty unfortunate. It happens in a lot of different ways. In this case, it's a more touchy subject about a relationship, but a person who has this type of thought with something like relationships, it bleeds into everything else. Their decision making about being fat, eating too much. So like her character is like spot on consistently. There's no like swaying away from it. The other hostesses, a lot of the other hostesses, there's some running like subversion, like they don't hold so consistently to a behavioral pattern. This girl, Hinata, is written so consistently having problems, and it's a deep cut because lots of people online, she's like somewhat of a representative of the Zoomer, the Z-Gen people, because they integrated like the internet and all that stuff. So this person is definitely being written to present a specific representation, and it checks out really well. I think her personality is the type of personality that I speak to most. Like being someone who's on the internet a lot around younger people, this character really captures the unfortunate, in my opinion, the quite unfortunate dissonance that a lot of young people experience, where they desire something intellectually, but they're not emotionally ready to it's not emotionally resonant with what they intellectually desire. She wants people to be conscientious, but her behavior only selects for non-conscientious people, for example. So she's always going to be perpetually upset at her situation, and it's a tough place to be, and it's a tough way to try to help someone with that. Like she's gonna be profusely disappointed all the time in her life because of her limited perspective, and refusing to accept those perspectives by being narcissistic and narrow-minded prevents her from consistently being happy or intentionally being sad in a manner that is healthy. So unfortunate, but yeah, really disagreeable. Let's ask her. We can spare TMI, right? We only have 2 more TMI responses.
Hi.
What do you wear to bed, or what are your measurements? I think she might be okay with what are your measurements. Let's see.
何聞こえない。
Oh. What? I can't hear you. Wow. You know what? Let's just go for it. What are your measurements? I see. What are your measurements?
そんなの聞いてどうすんの？
いや
Isn't that something people usually want to know?
じゃあ100、100、100。
Maybe I shouldn't have asked that. Yeah.
実は私、キャバクラで頑張る理由の一つに車のローン返済したいってのがあったんですよ。
Uh-huh. Go on. Wow, you already own a car at your age. Tokyo, for that matter.
それがちょっと違くて、正確に言うとローンじゃなくて賠償金なんですけど。
Okay. That's completely different. Wait, are you trying to be cute and coy about it or something?
もうそこはどうでもいいでしょ。あのね、実は前友達の車借りて運転してた時コツンと当てちゃったことがありまして。
What did you hit?
ああ、聞かないで思い出したくないから。
If you don't want to relive it, don't bring it up.
それで何十万円も払わなきゃいけなくてずっと頑張ってたんですよ。
Several 100,000 yen?
ひょっとして
Didn't you have insurance?
実はその車も友達が他の人から借りたもので、なんかそういう場合ダメみたい。
So you borrowed your friend's car that's borrowed from another person.
なるほど
I see. It's your fault for not checking on that before you borrowed it.
そしたらその話を聞いた店の先輩が自分のお客さんに相談してくれて、なんと私の賠償金その人が全部払ってくれたの。
そう
You're lucky. If you were paying it off by yourself, it would have taken a lot of time.
そうなんですよ。事故のことは親にも内緒にしてるんで自分で貯めるしかなくて。
Okay. Be careful next time. Cars are handy, but they can be dangerous. You're lucky this was a problem that money could
だ
fix.
から私もう車に乗らないようにしてる。それなら安心でしょ。
It's like a roller coaster ride. It's so zeros and ones. There are so many zeros and ones. That's smart. If you're not confident in your ability to drive safely, you shouldn't be driving at all. Well said, Kiryu. Well said. Yes.
そろそろお時間となります。
We are out of here.
かしこまりま
Yikes.
した。
Hot dog.
桐生さん待ってるから。
I think she might take the cake. I think she's like... Okay, excluding Yakuza Like a Dragon, right? Just the 6 Yakuza games that feature Kiryu, right? Out of the 6 games, I think she might actually be the bottom 2. She's in heavy competition for the bottom 2. Holy heck. Okay, I think we got it. So now we just wait. Let's just head over to Theater Square. It's probably at Theater Square. Yikes. That's rough. That's super rough. And in the context of a hostess club, too. It's very uncharacteristic to have someone in the service industry with that type of personality archetype. I suppose it makes this a very interesting thought experiment, right? To write in a character like that ends up in the service industry. Would you call it the service in, I guess, hospitality? Obviously this is unique. It's specifically unique to this setting because I wouldn't know firsthand. That you? What's wrong? What's the matter? The hotel right over there. Hey, you don't need to worry about a thing. Leave it all to me. A man's voice? Are you with somebody right now? Sorry, Katie. Hotel district. Oh no. What has she gotten herself into? Maybe she intervened with Aimi? That's a possibility. She's very rash. I mean, she strikes me as quite rash. Did she confront someone? There's Hinata. Who's that with her? Come on now. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just she's being harassed. If you spend this one night with me, I swear I'll spend 3 million yen on you at the club. Promising, but scumbag it is. Do we punch him? Hey, are you even listening to me? Is she really considering? Wait, what? Yeah, of course. There isn't a girl as spectacular as you in all of Kamurocho. Heck, in all of Tokyo even. You need my help, little lady. What kind of man would I be if I left my damsel in distress? Hinata. Ah, Kiryu-san. Hey, who the heck are you? You're not going to do what he says, are you? If you're truly gotten past your fear of having a sexual relationship with man, then I won't stop you. I have no reason to. But if you're still unable to actually open up your heart to a man, then this will only end in regret. You shouldn't go with him, Hinata.
Oi.
Hey, butt out, pal. I'm doing this to help her fulfill her dreams. Her dreams? She just needs to give me a night of my dreams first. In return, I'll drop 3 million at her club and make her #1. I mean, for the record, we've already dropped like 4 million. Look, big guy, I'm not forcing her to do anything. The choice is all hers. Do you have some kind of problem with that? It's fair. Kiryu-san, Hinata, tell me just one thing. Yes? Is your dream still to become #1 girl at Elise? Yeah? You want to make that dream come true, even if it involves letting this man do what he wants to do? Yes? I see. I knew you see things my way. Now that's what I call a successful negotiation. Don't feel bad, Chief. You need money if you're going to make a hostess happy. And if you don't like that, well, you'll just have to come up with some serious dough like me. I mean, I have a pocket with 28 million yen, so back off, man. It isn't that type of measuring contest. You misunderstood me. I wasn't accepting defeat. Huh? Eh? You're right about one thing. It's going to take money to make Hinata's dream come true. Which means that if I paid more than you can, Hinata has no reason to go along with you. Kiryu-san. Get real, you poser. If you really had more money than me, you need to cough up at least 5 million yen. Besides, we've already made an agreement. You can't just waltz in after the fact and take her for yourself. The choice is Hinata's to make. You even said so yourself. So, what will it be, Hinata? I want to hear your answer.
Oi.
Hold up there, big boy. You really have 5 million on you. Let me see it. You were saying? I think there's no problem. No way. Now then, Hinata. Who's it gonna be? You, of course, Kiryu-san. Ugh. Oh my gosh, this is so weird. Okay. Hey, Kiryu-san. Would you do all this for me? Why'd you do all this for me? Is it so strange for a man to go after a girl he desires? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Reel it back, Kiryu. Reel it back. Huh? Sorry, that was a joke. But that was what a relationship between a man and woman is like. You don't need a reason. I just don't know. Why am I so repulsed by the idea of doing sexual things with a guy? I thought I could ignore my feelings and just do it if that's what it took to make my dreams come true. I see. So this wasn't about you becoming the #1 girl. It was about you trying to get over your anxiety of having a sexual relationship. But I doubt anything's changed. If I had followed that guy, I bet I would have just backed out at the last moment. Now I just regret the whole thing. Such an idiot. Hey, come on. Let's get back to Elise. I'll go all out to make you the #1 girl.
Kiryu-san.
Oh, Kiryu-san. Not that way. Hmm? You were willing to spend 5 million yen to help me. Don't you think that gives you the right to spend a night with me? I don't understand. You were just saying you didn't want to do that sort of thing. I was talking about with that other guy. Maybe with you it'll be different, Kiryu-san. Right now, it's not about me becoming number one or overcoming my fear or anything like that. Right now, all I want is to be with you, Kiryu-san. Honestly. That's alright, isn't it? Whatever you like. Here comes the aggressive hugging! Incoming! Aggressive hug! And the flashbang! It's okay, they just aggressively hug all night. That's how this game works. Kiryu-san? Hey, Kiryu-san. How come you didn't want to sleep with me? See? Aggressive hugging. I really wouldn't have minded, Kiryu-san. Is it because you think I'm a mess? I mean... not a mess, just... a walking contradiction. What is that white? Oh, those are lights. No, of course not. Then why? Hinata, I didn't do what I did just to sleep with you. I did it because I wanted to win your heart. You mean... Hinata, men are despicable creatures who will use money or force to get a woman's body if they are able. But true love and affection don't come from that. I wanted you to know that the bond I feel with you is more than physical attraction. I genuinely care about you, as a man would a woman. You opened your heart to me, that's all that matters. Oh no, my phone, this is a really bad time. Freaking phone. Alright. Hello? Oh, yes, ma'am. What is it? What? Really? Yeah? Uh-huh. Did she become number one? No way. How lucky am I? Alright. What was that all about? Do you remember that thing with Aimi-chan? Oh. The owner found out she was sleeping with clients, so now she's been fired. No, really. And now with Aimi gone, my rank has gone up. I see. What rank were you before? Number 2. Okay. So then that means I made it to number 1. Hey, good for you. You slightly narcissistic person, you. I know. If you had slept with me, I would have gotten the axe too. Yikes, that was a close. Oh my. Huh. You're one lucky girl. And this means you don't have to spend that 5 million yen now. I suppose not. Come on, let's get back to the club. We need to celebrate a certain hostess becoming number 1. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, bottom 2. Luck doesn't help. Luck does not brew learning experience. So much luck. And she celebrates in people's misfortune. That was like, I get the feeling I've got a lot of growing up to do. You certainly do. It's not just a feeling, it's a fact. I guess everyone goes through this at some point. For you, probably a lifetime. But I didn't do anything I'll regret. I mean, you kind of did, but fine. Okay. That was a tough one. It was really close to real. It was very spot on, but not in the sense of like a sexual relationships, but it can be, that can be generalized to anything like hobbies, careers, a mentality that she had. I guess we can wrap it up. We need one more visit. wrap it up.
いらっしゃいませ。
It's probably the same pattern. I didn't get the email for the completion of this segment.
桐生さん、
Yes, yes, yes.
何頼みます？
You know, just for you. Here's another tower for you.
桐生さん太っ腹。
Let it go. All yours.
はい、それではシャンパンタワー行ってみましょう。あー、綺麗ですね。はい、どうもありがとうございました。拍手。すごい。
乾杯。やりました。大崎ひなた、ついにエリーゼのナンバーワンになりました。
Congrats. You worked hard for it, I imagine. I wasn't sure if you actually had the drive to make it this far.
いやー、これも桐生さんのおかげです。本当に感謝してます。
We had to keep in context that she became #1, but the club technically has Kaguya temporarily have all the other girls, and I don't think she could compete with the other girls, like without the growth of being more agreeable.
私、もともとキャバ嬢になるのが夢だったんですけど、それはあっさり叶っちゃって。だから次は店でナンバーワンを目指すっていうのが新しい夢だったのに、それも叶っちゃいましたね。
いいや。
Good for you. Dreams are a sign that you aren't yet satisfied with your life. Not having dreams show that you're content with what you have.
そうですね。じゃあとりあえず今はナンバーワン気分を思う存分楽しんじゃいます。
そうだな。
Just don't let yourself slack off. You don't want your rank to drop back down. That's it. We're good. We went big and we went home.
こっちお願い。
Went big and went home. Hey,
桐生さん、待ってるから。
I think that should complete this segment. What a roller coaster ride. I think yeah, there it is. There it is, the hostess completion. What a roller coaster ride. I kind of like Yakuza 5's collection of hostess. It's less about quantity, but more about like very dynamic writing. Like there was really they were kind of subtly similar, but at the same time, it wasn't like very tropey. A lot of the stuff wasn't tropey. In previous entries, they were still filling it out, and they wrote less dynamic characters. They typically went for like very high energy, very insecure, incredibly shy, like all the tropes. But this
いらっ
one
しゃいませ。
got real, got very real. Spot on a lot of stuff. What do you get? You get a love shine stick.
いらっしゃいませ。
What else? Just a sacrifice stone for the other completion.
いらっしゃいませ。
Are there any other prizes? Nope. I mean, that's a pretty great place to wrap it up for now. And then we go fishing. And then hope we have enough money to finish all the modded weapons. That's the last like really big story element. We have like 1 or 2 sub-stories that are blocked behind Haruka that we have to complete in Premium Adventure. So we'll get to that at some point. But yeah. That percentage is not going up very quickly, but hey. 87.84%. We'll be getting some quick percentages with the item collecting, but that's for another time. Alright. We're changing gears. That's a wrap for Yakuza 5. And then we're going to be checking off some lots of completion list quick stuff. By equipments. We're done with Coliseums. We can't finish Masters without Haruka. This list is on the docket tomorrow. There are 115 entries in this. We still need to farm some heat actions as well. We completed exploration. We completed hostess. We have some fishing is what we're primarily missing, and the UFO catcher. I forgot about the UFO catcher. So UFO and fishing, and the other stuff is locked behind Haruka, and food is almost done, but again Haruka. So let's change gears. Okay.